Bom dia a todas as pessoas presentes aqui na Fundação
Good morning
Calouste
to
Gulbenkian
all
e a
of
quem
you
nos acompanha
here
online.
present here at Gulbenkian
Damos as
Foundation,
boas-vindas
and to
ao
all of
primeiro
you
dia do
who
evento
are
de
following us
encerramento do
online.
programa
We would like to
Conciliação
welcome
e
you
Igualdade de
to
Género,
this
Igualdade em
closing
Ação,
ceremony
que
of
decorre
this
hoje e
program
amanhã.
Equality in Action,
Este evento
which
dá
takes place
continuidade
today
ao
and
seminário
tomorrow.
que teve
And
lugar
this
no
is a
mesmo local no
continuation
dia
of a
23 de
seminary
março
that was
de
held on the
2023,
23rd
no
of
qual foram
March
apresentados
2023,
os
on
resultados
which the
de 8
results of
projetos.
8
O
projects
programa
were
IA Grants,
disclosed.
Conciliação e
The
Igualdade de
EI
Género,
Grants
é gerido
program,
pela SIC, Comissão
Gender
para a
Equality,
Cidadania
is
e a
managed
Igualdade de
by
Género,
SIC
em
and
parceria
in
com o
partnership
Norwegian
with the
Equality and
Norwegian
Anti-Discrimination
Equality and
Handbook e financiou
Anti-Discrimination
projetos inovadores e estruturantes
Handbook.
para o
And this
país
has
nas
funded
áreas
many
da
projects
igualdade de
in the
género e
field of
conciliação
gender
entre a vida
equality and
profissional, pessoal e
reconciliation
familiar,
of
violência contra as
work
mulheres e
life
violência
and
doméstica e boa governança.
home,
Aproveitamos a
as well
ocasião
as good
para notar
governance,
que
and we would
todas as
like to seize
ofertas
this
deste
opportunity
evento
to
foram
realize that
produzidas de
all the
forma
offers for
sustentável
this
e a
event
partir de
were
materiais
produced in a
reciclados,
sustainable manner based
refletindo
on
o nosso
recycled
compromisso com o ambiente
materials
e
by
os valores
reflecting
dos
our
IA
commitment
Grants,
with the
working together
environment
for a green,
and showing
competitive and
the
inclusive
words
Europe.
for this
Na pasta que receberam
working
à
together
entrada,
for a
podem
green,
também
competitive
encontrar
and
uma
inclusive
brochura
Europe.
com informação
In your
sobre os
folders, you will
33 projetos
find a
financiados
leaflet
e as
on the
suas
33 projects
recomendações
that
de
were
política
funded,
pública.
as well as its
Desejamos
recommendations
a
on
todas e a
public
todos
policy. And we
excelente
would
primeiro
like
dia de
to
seminário.
wish you all an excellent first day of seminar. Thank you.
Para dar início à sessão de abertura,
And to
vai usar da
to
palavra
open
a
this
senhora embaixadora da
this
Noruega
session,
em Portugal,
we will have
Bruseleta.
Honorable Mrs. Ambassador of Norway in Portugal, Mrs. Anne Bruseleta.
Your Excellency, Minister Margareta Balseiro Lopes, dear Sandra Ribeiro, President of SIG, dear Maria Mineiro, Head of National Focal Point, there you are, dear speakers, guests, project promoters and partners, dear friends. Thank you for inviting me to this important seminar to learn more about the results of the Work-Life Balance and Gender Equality program. Work-life balance, gender violence, domestic violence, and non-discrimination have been priority issues for the government and society in Norway for a long time. And it's great to see that these are also political priorities for the Portuguese government. We have witnessed the hard, innovative, and rigorous work that the promoters have done in this field. We also witnessed the important impact that these projects had in Portuguese society, but also in the personal lives of many Portuguese women and men. I want to give you a sincere message of thanks and recognitions. Congratulations to all of you. This message extends to the entire SIG team for the remarkable work they have developed, managing the program, supporting the promoters, and most essential, disseminating the results of the projects. It is important that society knows about your work, openly debates its conclusions, and discusses how all must contribute to solving these problems. I must also highlight the participation in this seminar of the Active Citizens Program, also funded by the EA grants, and jointly managed by the Calouste Gulbenkian and Barreto Foundations. As one of the main funding instruments available to civil society in Portugal, the Active Citizens Program have also played a truly relevant role in promoting projects towards gender equality and combating domestic violence. The cross-cutting perspective is important for the future of the EEA grants, as gender equality will be incorporated across all program areas and funds in the next financial mechanism. A final word of recognition is due to the Norwegian Equality and Anti-Discrimination Ombud, as partner entity of the program, as well as to all Norwegian project partners. I'm sure that your involvement has been important for the success of the supported projects. I hope that these bilateral partnerships may last well beyond the closure of these projects. Through the EEA grants, we are all winners. We gain more knowledge and experience, and we gain partners and friends. Thank you very much. Muito obrigada.
Vai de seguida usar da palavra a Senhora Ministra da Juventude e Modernização, Margarida Balseiro Lopes.
Senhora Embaixadora da Noruega em Portugal, thank you so much for your support, but more important than that, your commitment to our country, to Portugal. Senhora Presidente da SIG, Sandra Ribeiro, Senhora Coordenadora Maria Mineiro, entidades promotoras dos projetos, respectivos parceiros nacionais e internacionais, senhoras e senhores, antes de mais queria pedir desculpa pelo meu atraso, mas foi por uma boa razão para a área da igualdade. Está a decorrer o Conselho de Ministros e eu não podia interromper a minha participação no Conselho de Ministros sem aprovar aquele que é o 5º Plano de Prevenção e Combate ao Tráfico de Seres Humanos. Portugal está sem plano desde 2021, está há demasiado tempo sem plano e hoje é um dia importante por isso. Não é o dia mais importante, porque o dia mais importante serão todos os outros que se seguem a este, que serão os dias em que nós estivermos a executar este plano, que não é da área da igualdade, é de todas as áreas governativas, para nós conseguimos de facto combater, prevenir este fenómeno do tráfico de seres humanos, mas também é sobretudo aí onde eu tenho o meu papel de apoiar as vítimas do tráfico de seres humanos que temos acolhidas em Portugal. Os EA Grants têm sido um complemento essencial ao investimento nacional na promoção da igualdade e no combate à violência contra as mulheres. E a senhora Embaixadora dizia, e bem, que este é um compromisso que é assumido pelo governo português como uma prioridade.
Compromise, or it is a commitment from the Portuguese government to work on this end in order that when we think of these priorities, we have to reflect these on the choices we do on public policy. And one of them has got to do with the government budget, which was approved recently, just a few days ago. And within this area, we're doing, or have been doing, or we propose to do a great investments in this area, which does not have great divergence within the different parties, and which requires the effort from all of us as a society, so we can combat, prevent, And I would say, I would wish we could eradicate totally and support the victims. So next year we're going to have 26 million euros in our budget to work on this priority. Since 2008, this EEA grants mechanism or program have allowed them to create various innovative solutions and to improve the relationship between our countries. And our ambassador said that, yes, this program has given a true impact in life, not just in women's lives, but people who, thanks to this program, have managed to have a real impact when it comes to gender equality. And these programs do have this potential transforming power to change women's lives, to promote women's autonomy and promote equality in their lives as a whole. Like I said, I work on 3 different areas. I represent the youth, equality and modernization. But whenever I come to a national or international forum, I try to take each of these flags and put them together for the same goal, to have a more social justice for everybody. And this entails that we can think and design integrated policies within the different areas to be able to reach these goals that we are proposing ourselves to. And through this EEA grants program, we do indeed want to accomplish this, even though there are some beneficiary countries from the EE grants which have developed great programs when it comes to inclusion and gender equality. Portugal is a country that has developed a great program, and it's a good example of the commitment that the Portuguese state has shown for this subject, and all the Portuguese really who have worked very hard to develop these projects. And these are projects to help women to conciliate their work and so professional and private life, to fight against domestic violence, and to think of the challenges for the future. And I think there's always an idea that we need to think about, that we can reach a lot of progress, but we cannot take them for granted, because many times there's setbacks in various areas that we would never think that such thing could be possible. Amongst the various practical examples we have, and I like to look at what we've really achieved so that we can show the advantages and really the added value that this partnership has brought. I would like to highlight this program in the higher education institutions and how it could be applied on the universities, and also on the INE, and the framework that has to do with the economic social part from this program, the real impact. It's not the main reason, but to show as well the impact, the economical impact that this gender equality program has brought. It's a good discussion, but for me, I think the basic is the human rights, because to advocate for gender equality, we're advocating for human rights. We've had different partnerships from donor states, and I would like to highlight we've developed an online quiz which we're going to be presented today to raise awareness for this, and these awareness points are very essential, because to fight against domestic violence, we've had different specialists from Norway, Portugal, and to apply the different topics on this. These are some of the examples that I would like to highlight that show how this cooperation, international cooperation, indeed is needed to create a more efficient policies on this. And this point, I would like to speak about also the digitalization, how this is used within this EEA grant. And at this moment, I'm trying to think of the 3 different areas that I represent. This is a theme that's a priority for our government. And to think about what we shared, thinking that tomorrow, when it comes to gender equality, is going to be better than the previous days. But this is not always the case. I think that really we have a challenge before us when it comes to the digitalization, the TEM areas, because we know, and it's not, we know that the data does show this, that at the moment, within the next 5, 10 or 15 years, the majority of the opportunities in the work market will be created in these areas. And if we know that at the moment we only have 1 woman in 5 specializations of IT, working within the IT industry in Portugal, and we're not actually far behind the European average. The issue is that the European average is bad when it comes to this, right? So we want to do better, and the fact that we have only 1 in 3 women working within the TEM areas, it shows how important it is to build a country, a society, a Europe, and a future which is more gender inclusive and have more women working in these areas. And we know these are well-paid jobs, so it shows that we're not actually training women to work in these areas. And if we simply think that, oh, that's the way it is, no, I don't want to, let my hands down, and I want to make sure that I think that within the next 5, 10, 15 years, we should actually advocate even more for the gender equality. There's something else we mustn't forget, which is when developing and building these technologies, it's also important to have the female contribution, so that we avoid, for instance, to have any bias in the solutions that are being built within these areas. This was the reason why we announced recently, and at the moment we're compiling all the contributions that we received from the public consultation about the National Digitalization Program. This entails 16 different initiatives that reflect the political priorities that involved academia, companies, public administration, and so on. But, and there's some of these initiatives, and we think of what's priority, is to have women in the TEM. And we're going to have a program next year to work women in the technology and education programs, and to minimize the impacts of, and because we know that we don't have enough women being trained in these particular areas, and this is a goal that we have, a national goal, but that all in all the international forums that we are taking part in, whenever we mention the digital or in AI, I was in Belgrade, in my speeches I always highlight this. This is a priority for us, and it's positive that the other countries, many of them that don't have any programs within this, it's important for them to join us and to say it's important for us to share the programs you're going to design, so that we can use and apply them in our own countries. I would like to also thank the donating states, Norway, Liechtenstein, Iceland, the Financial Mechanism Office, the Ambassador of Norway, and the management for EEA grants, Dr. Maria Mineiro, for the contribution they've had in this program to promote gender equality. I would like to thank SIM and their team who are managing this program. And a final word for the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, Foundation, which supported one of these programs. This is definitely one of these subjects, and I would like to finish to say that it justified, this is indeed a very important goal for the government, and I think more than important, it's got to be important for the whole country. We cannot carry on building a society whereby about half of the population is left behind or does not have access to the same opportunities. And it's conditioned really and hindered in this program, so that's no longer acceptable. So, and I definitely, when we speak about gender equality, we're always talking about human rights, and any government needs to be fully committed to carry on advocating for these human rights. Thank you very much.
Aprender coisas que eu nunca aprendi na escola e coisas que eu também acho que deviam ser mais abordadas.
E diga o nome, que é escarpiar, ninguém quer escarpiar. Depois, escarpiar é isto que está a fazer, não está a fazer. É a vida. E agora? Fiar é coisa de fuso, não é? Isso chama-se, não fuso, escafiar, de fiar.
Acho que as mulheres estão a ter muito mais poder do que o que tinham antigamente. A mulher não tinha valor nenhum. Acho que uma mulher que quer ser lutadora consegue ser lutadora. Se tiver os pés bem no centro da terra, consegue.
Agora, por exemplo, tem que ser dois fios, tenho que fazer tanto como o que está aqui, para depois, está a ver, tem que ser 2 fios. Se há 2 maçarocas, isto chama-se maçaroca. E então a gente tem que criar 2 para depois unirem, está a ver onde se chama-se unir, os 2 fios, está a ver?
Nós temos que herdar os castanheiros. É lógico que são homens, alguns são homens e já vão apanhando. E conheço, por exemplo, muitos casais novos que têm filhos e que também puseram os filhos a apanhar as castanhas.
Mulheres donas de si desconhecem o fracasso e pagam sua própria perfeição. Estas que trabalham de manhã à noite e dividem a cama com os seus afazeres. Estas que não esperam quem as sustente e esquecem-se muitas vezes de si próprias. Estas que aprenderam a jantar sozinhas e a trabalhar duro para desfrutar de seus desejos. Estas que muitas vezes exercem papel de mãe e de pai só porque é sua obrigação, descobriram que teriam tudo na vida, inclusive é o preconceito.
A promoção da igualdade de género a nível local.
The promotion of gender equality locally is the slogan for today, and we would like to invite Sofia Brancos, journalist from the Lusa News Agency and the moderator of this panel, as well as Paulo Simões, for the Oeste Mais Igual, Cristina Amaro da Costa e Alice Marques for the project Mais Mulher, Agricultures in the Hinterland, and Anna Paixão from the Network of Municipalities for Equality. Good morning. I would like to start by acknowledging the invitation made to me. It is a pleasure to be here with you today and to point out these remarkable projects. The purpose is for us to discuss promotion of equality at a local level. We have 1 hour for this discussion. And so I would like to start by explaining you the modus operandi. So we will have one single round of answers, and you know that when you will only be speaking once unless you have something else to comment upon, because we have other panels that will follow. So I am Sofia Branco, a journalist from Lusa News Agency, and then we have Paulo Simões, who is the executive, who is the CEO of the Oeste Mais project, and this is a project which promotes efficient policy in the fields of gender equality and reconciliation of family and work life, and in the area of Oeste. Then I have Cristina Amaro da Costa, who has promoted the project Mais, agricultural women in the hinterland, and also you have already seen some images on this project. This project has increased the participation of agricultural women in the hinterland, thus contributing for their social role to be better known. Then we have Ana Paixão, who is the president for the network of municipalities for equality, including other local stakeholders, to be able to promote these values of equality and work and life balance. And we would like to know what were the results that you have obtained, and we would also like to say whether you have a very short sentence to describe the achievements of your work. What would you say, Paulo? And then we'll go about the results. So a very short sentence, how would you describe your project or the results? The possibility of having public policy based in evidence, in other words, in data. And on the other hand, the data-driven public policies, these are based on data, and this is the process. And if you go a bit more specific, what we have now in the West region, we have 12 municipalities. It's the biggest municipality on the country. The best one, I'm joking, of course, but this is an intelligent, sustainable area that puts the focus on the persons. And one of our most important focus is the people. But using technology on data-driven policies, this is the main goal we have. And we have therefore worked around. We have worked with our stakeholders. It is supported by SIG, and I would like to acknowledge them now, and also with universities, namely NOVA, IMS. We have international framework indicators that give us real data information, which help us within the public policy cycle. And this is a very important topic for us, because specifically, most of the political designs which were the information about this topic was scattered, and now we have KPIs which allow us to draw recommendations on these policies aligned with our strategic goal. And so we have a sustainable and inclusive policy, the focus of which is around the persons, and public policies are important. And so this. And do you think that your answers are more efficient? Yes, clearly so. And today, in my capacity of a researcher in the field, we can thus become more specific in designing our policies. And we can, because at the policy level, we can work around some conceptual remarks. And so we have been able to set up more than 38 indicators that help us reach the state of the art in our field. And the minister was referring to the way we cross these issues and how do we put them at the service of the several areas of governance. And we are now testing LLM models in order for us to learn more specifically our territories to design their own policies. We have, of course, some problems at the agricultural level, for instance, the issue of salaries, the introduction of women in policy. Just to give you an example, within this project, we have been able to make policy recommendations for the topic the minister has just referred to with national universities in order to design educational progress for data science and artificial intelligence for girls. So they should be adapted to this reality. What are the differeces? What are the differences between boys and girls learning or adhering to AI? Well, I personally have a daughter and realize that most girls tend not to follow or to go to subjects such as mathematics and so on. So our policy decisions have been different based on the different territories. We also have a niche of indicators, and this allows for more adaptability. You can only have a public territory when you have public problems. And this is the matrix on which the design of policy lies. And when we have these data public policies, we can become more efficient when we answer to public policies, and we will be funding the real problems. This is, of course, a part of a wider strategy, and we can indeed have in our territory real-time information that allows us to draw recommendations or for the national policy, because we monitor information and then we work around this information and we will link them with issues such as population aging and recommendation of other policies. And this is something, when you talk about intermunicipal relations, do you see anyone asking for any sharing of information? Well, the world and the country has been changing, and we are also changing. And one of the topics around public agenda is how do we make this industrial revolution at the service of the public, and how can the persons benefit from it? We realize that the resources are scarce and that political decision makers should be better informed in order to take better decisions. And so we should also be able to, and through the intelligent region, is that because we have a national strategy for intelligent territories, and we should all invest in this area. All of us share good practices with one another. Do you have any data, those that were generated through this technology and which had surprised you? Well, you see, we have some perceptions that have been built with a considerable lack of information. At our region, we were informed that we were not that much far away from the national average. Actually, we were below the thresholds. Women's representation in political bodies, in the local municipality structures, we are below the national average, and we have been drawing attention to our local authorities for the fact that we are below European average. We draw their attention for the data, and unless we had this data, we wouldn't have the capacity of talking to them. And do they listen to you? Yes, of course. Well, from the moment that these subjects are included in the political agenda, then they should also act and being accountable, because we are intelligent, sustainable province, and when it comes to all issues around a fairer society, the development model is indeed essential. We know about the active role played by women. We have come up with our indicators, and we talk to lawmakers about this. And I could never thank SIG enough, because otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to reach this level of awareness. This project is benefit from UN actors working for us. And we have Monica Ferro, for instance, working for us. We have been able to insert this topic in our agenda, and we will talk about this topic in the future. We have also included the Observatory 2.0. We are no longer waiting for EA grant, but notice that the EA grant has been a fundamental element for us to kick off with this project. But we are now moving away from it, because we are now being able to be more independent. But this is part of the identity code of this region. This is clearly one of the drivers and one of the main assets for the development of this region. What the region wants is to become the most sustainable region of the country, when in comparison to Lisbon, an area where people live, work, children are happy, women have lead their lives to the fullest, and we have therefore a competitive advantage in relation to other territories.
Christina, maybe I would start with you to speak to us about the goals and outcomes of the Mais project, and then I would speak to your colleague to speak about this. But if you could give us like a nutshell, really, in a nutshell, what's this project about? So what can you give us? I thought you were going to ask me to give you a sentence first, you know, like about its impact. I would say that we managed with this Mais project, so rural women or farmers, female farmers in the inland. So this led to many moments where we had a group of 30 women from South Korea who came to Europe, and they visited Portugal and went to Viseu, and they went to see how the role of women who are farmers could become more relevant in society, so to speak. So what did this project consist of? Maybe I should go a little bit back. We are now in the city, and we were talking talking about a different environment from this Mais project. We live in a country with around 290,000 farmers, which 94% are actually family farmers. So it's not companies, and we're not talking about farmers who have big companies. No, not at all. It's farmers who also look after our landscape, our culture, the way we eat, the way we live, not just in the in hinterland, but also in the whole country. And despite the statistic department saying that many times there's a man in front of those farms, or managing those farms, the truth is when we get there, it's usually a woman who runs the show and who knows how many machines are there. She knows what's been planted, what seeds she has. She knows she's got the know-how to preserve this heritage, the produce, which makes our country to speak. And these are women who many times don't have training, they don't have pensions, they don't have access to capital to invest in their farms. And we thought it was rather urgent to how could we bring these women to the public space, really, give them visibility and ensure the gender equality, when it comes to access to the land, to the capital, and so on and so forth. And the EEA grants allowed us this because despite other projects of rural investigation that brings revenue to the on the field, the EEA grants allowed us to reach these women that live in villages, sometimes with less than 20 people, and through their dreams, their needs, we managed to build a pilot project which allowed on a personal, technical and collective setting to help these women to go even further and to empower them, to speak to them about the gender equality, how they could use digitalization, set up social media, work within the trading to calculate, the prices of their produce, to think of the cultural and material heritage of these women, to give them empowerment and visibility. These women that worked with us were central in a convention. We had a conference on about the wool that we held this summer, and we really wanted to give them a name and visibility. And did they welcome you well? Yes, I think so. Yes, it's actually easier to do this work with women than with men, because men are a little bit more suspicious and they think that they own the land and they know everything, whereas women really are wishing to share everything. They want to share what they know. I would say that you can't simply turn up at a village. You'd need to establish some kind of bridges, and you need to gain the trust of those people. But yes, I felt very welcome. I always feel at home whenever I go to São Pedro do Sul, Sabugal, and now there's a setup of municipalities who are asking us to do several things, because one of the things that came about from this project was a project that we developed with the female farmers on gender equality. And we know that each municipality is different, but even last week we went to Leiria, which is rather far from Viseu, and we had a group of 30 women because the local council wanted to do something different. We accepted this challenge and they participated as well. Alice doesn't remember me, but I remember her. I know Alice's story because I actually went to report about her on this project, or the women of this project in Rompsilhas. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken. I heard them, to sing. I heard them singing. It was something I'll never forget. And I had the privilege of talking to many of these women. And if I well remember, a lot of them couldn't read or write, and they managed to get some sort of, and others who had some more training, but they were all together working. And so what did this project mean to you and to what you already did? Because you did a lot of stuff, right? I am Maria Alice. I'm a farmer by trade, so by profession, from São Pedro do Sul. I was invited to take part in this project, which I've accepted And I started enjoying it, and I started thoroughly feeling very valued in this project. I started to learn good practices to apply in my own farm, and I got some real practical help. And I took part in a sewing course, digitalization in trade, and the gender equality, which I find very important. I would like to thank everybody really who gave me this opportunity to participate in this event. And I'm very, very available to welcome you all. I'm very happy to welcome you all again. And I would like to thank you bringing me here to this auditorium and speak before so many beautiful people. Thank you so much. Oh, I still have some more to say. Just one more thing, please. All the women here present, and we don't want to leave the men behind, of course. Oh dear. That you may join efforts, join your hands together, and all the work that you have been doing and will carry on doing may not be in vain. And I would like to thank everything. Oh, just put your papers down, please, because I know you don't need the papers to speak. So you can talk to me. Let's just pretend that we're just here, the two of us. So what do you do? What do you do in your farm? What do you do? So who actually works on the land? At this moment, it's me. But before, it used to be myself. And when my husband was a mason, I used to work more on my own. Then he retired, and now we're together, really. My son works for the council. He helps me a lot as well. And we plant cabbages, potatoes, beans, everything, a bit of everything. And I sell, now already for 4 years, I sell it in the new market of São Pedro do Sul. I go and sell my produce there. And do you manage to make a living? Well, it depends. It depends in certain times of the year. But yes, I would say so. And you always follow the rule that you only produce or plant what you should plant. Yes, I'm working and planting from what I can actually sell. I'm not going to go a lot beyond that. But now I plant a lot of the beans, dried beans, because it's something that doesn't go off. So I can plant a lot more, because even if we keep it from one year to the other, it won't go off. And the way that I preserve the beans so that it won't get any fungus or anything else, when I pick the beans, I'll open it, dry it, and I put it in a freezer where it's kept for a long time. And then you take it out of the freezer and it won't actually get any fungus. And, throughout this project, what did you speak to your husband about this equality agenda? Well, I speak a lot about this. And does he listen to you? Yes, he does listen. He has to. He has to listen to me. He doesn't say anything, but inside, I don't know what's going on. But sometimes, yes, I can manage him a little bit more. And do you think that was useful in that regard? Yes, I do think so. Yes, thinking about this, yes, it's helped me a little bit, of course, and I really enjoyed the conversations I had. And if there's more, if they wanna carry on putting up with me, I'll carry on. And do you think that nowadays you live better as a woman? Yes, I must say I never really had a lot to complain, in that regard. But yes, I think so. And women are being now a little bit more valued, and I think this should carry on being so, definitely. And we want to have more female farmers because we know it's not an easy world. So, Professor Cristina, I would like to go back to you. And I would just like to ask that, this group approach that you had, with the farmers, with the female farmers, do you think this is something that could be, set out to and applied in other types of activities? Yes, definitely. First of all, when we set up the project, we had the idea that to work the collective would be a better way to empower the women and to take them away from like a position of being on their own, really. And the first contact we had with these women, one of the things that we heard is that they missed really the community life that they used to have, a bit more, sharing the tasks, to plant, to harvest, and so on, because these are some realities that are still happening throughout the country and that we should be quite proud of. And sometimes we tend to forget it because we speak many times about the plots. Yes, the plots are community incentives that should unite the people, really. And when there's less people, this is even more important. So I think this work, to work as a group was even better so that these women could understand that together they're better, they can go even further, they can share, and to fight this isolation that they have. Yes, and to access the market, to think that, if I have some wool and I want to sell it, I might do so if I go in a group with other women, whereas if I do it on my own, maybe I won't go anywhere. There's some women that have certain autonomy, they manage to work on their own, but others do need the group to help them, really, to carry them along. So I think this was very important to work on this cultural and material heritage, really, which brings people together and gives them great pride. And did you manage to join various generations? Yes, we have different generations of women, from different ages that wanted to join, this program, regardless of their age. We didn't have a lot of young women because we know there's not a lot of young farmers, women. And we have a project, an ongoing project, which is called Food Landscape with Innovative Women. And we are trying to reach to younger female farmers and even male farmers, to see how we can use this heritage to really bring even more added value to these rural territories. And these grants, you said that they were very important. It was very important. Did these women need some financing, or did the project need some extra financing? Well, EEA grants. I work in the agronomy as a farmer, and I work with insects, with bugs, and I work with bees, and I come from a different reality, and it was very important to understand, these worlds that are, from within the rural area, within the farming. And I think it was rather important to see the type of support we have and to work on different activities like farming, fisheries, handcraft. Yes, the digital is important, artificial intelligence is important, of course. But if we want to carry on having a world as we have it, green, beautiful, with beautiful landscape and beautiful food, we need people, and we need to work on the people. And, projects like these, EEA grants, were very important. From a farming point of view, we managed to fit within this agricultural project the opportunity to carry on doing this project. And we have 3 projects now financed by the RRP and from the north to the south of the country, which is great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now let me give the floor to Anna so she can talk to us about this project of Municipalities for Equality, asking you the sentence, and then we will go about the objectives and the results. Good morning to all the beautiful persons, as you have just mentioned. Thank you very much, and thank you for the question and for the opportunity of being here and talking to you about this network of municipalities for equality. This was a challenge, most of all, and to think of a word to define this project hasn't been easy. So we have indeed revisited all moments of joint work with our different stakeholders and the representatives of several municipalities, and a common word or a buzzword in this dynamics was network cooperation. And so we have decided to choose the word cooperation as it translates the commitment, the joint commitment, the collaboration in promoting these topics, and also in bringing gender equality to the core of local policies from a cross-cutting perspective, because we know that this issue is very much anchored at the social and education areas, very well so actually, but we wanted actually to see it being common to all areas of the municipalities. The project had this main goal, the goal of having a network of municipalities which together would share practices, test tools, create tools to promote equality and reconciliation. How many local authorities you have? 34. We started with 9. And we have now reached 34. It means that we still have a lot to do, no doubt about that. But to think that we have started with 9, we expected to reach 25, and this is me and Pedro. Notice that we are a non-profit or association. It is important to say that our funding will never be the same of that of a SIM. But what has led us to set up this project? We exist in the field for 17 years. We have always worked in capacity building with diagnosis. We knew many municipalities, although not all of them. And we wouldn't like to have a project who would merely set up plans, because this is something that everyone already did. What we felt is that we had work in isolation, and we had, and as a partner of us used to say, she says that she always felt alone. She couldn't share her fears and anguishes more than her successes. And this is why that we have decided to build this network and to make an application for this was really difficult. And notice that these entities are in Algesur, Amadora, Cascais, Lolé, Mangualde, Povo de Lanhoso, Vila Nova de Gaia. And we have always worked with Amadora and Palmela, and the other ones have been attracted as a result of this traveling we've made throughout the countries. Others were also invited, although they didn't react. But ever since our public presentation of the project was held, we realized that many associations and persons started to join us. When we thought about the 24, we thought it would be easy, but all of a sudden, during our first public session, we started receiving emails of people who wanted to join this network. And this is why realize that the persons more than the municipalities are vital. Are they all welcome, or do you check the level of public policies achievements? No, the only thing we ask is them to fill in a form. There is a principle, and this has to do with the commitment with promoting equality and non-discrimination. Some of these local authorities have just set up their first plans, and we also have other municipalities that have more strategies. And this is about how rich the territories become. So they join us voluntarily. What would you like to see happening from this moment onwards? What do you need? Well, we need funds because this project has officially ended in April. But for us, it's as if no type of we haven't stopped, because in September we were able to gather the 34 elements of this network, thinking together what is it that we want about this network and what are we going to do from this moment onwards. And this is something we realize that there is a great desire of doing things. We have made some projects with the help of some municipalities, and of course they sustain these meetings. There is also an unconditional support from this National Association of Citizenship and Gender Equality, and I must acknowledge them, but also thanks to the minor grants that these associations are receiving, we've been able to make webinars in this area. We try to capture the interest and make them feel the need for this type of work. But we needed some support in order to do more and better, because at this point in time, it's only two of us doing everything, and we needed to see more investment on us. But as a result of the analysis you have made on these municipalities, you've come across several realities, right? Yes, and this comes as a result of the territories of each municipality. This has to do with geography, social and economic issues, and then we have common issues such as inequalities. We have some municipalities that count on great commitment. For instance, when it comes to capacity building activities we developed for the technicians and for the managers, we would like to continue to invest on the participation of the decision makers, because this is a work that can't be stopped, because no matter our goodwill, we need to have someone above us telling very good, then let's move on. But we also know, based on facts, that equality in terms of representation is more difficult to reach at a local level rather than at a national level. Do you also come across this idea that you find more obstacles locally than nationally? Well, when it comes to the representation of men and women in the structures, yes, indeed, there is a clear representation of women in executive roles. We have 308 municipalities, and we only have 28 female mayors. And I think this is something that is common. I don't see rather obstacles. I would rather consider opportunities, because for instance, thinking of capacity building activities, awareness campaigns were made. We have heard many children and youth speaking about what their municipalities could do in order to provide solutions for your problems. So this is why I'd rather use the word opportunity rather than obstacles. Well, thank you very much. We still have some minutes, but I think we will try to abide by the schedule and really go to our coffee break. Anyway, I know this. I would like to introduce the possibility of anyone to be able to make comments, ask any question. As you please. Well, now that I have broken the rules, please, let's go. Okay, Manela. Here you are. Well, most of all, I would like to thank you for your presentations. But you know that my heart lies in the region of Viseu and São Pedro do Sul and in the villages around them. And so I think that this type of proximity work, especially focusing women, is fantastic, not because we have Dona Alice here with us, but because those who work become stronger. Projects like this are very important, but some may claim, well, what's the importance of us working for women in the hinterland, in small villages? What would be the benefit of it? But Cristina has just said this has to do with us. It has to do with the way we eat, in leading a healthier life, in the way we can also bring services closer to the villages, because in order for women to go to their jobs, it will be far more difficult. And so how can we transform some realities that seem to be impossible to be transformed, or that they are worthless being transformed? I would used to say that feminism, and I am feminist, but this is a rather urban concept because it is more centered around the middle classes, and it's very important because the first Republican women were the ones who were able to move ahead. But we have to go down to the rural world. We have so many women willing to be here, such as you, Dona Alice, and I still hope that we can carry out a national meeting with women farmers. For instance, here at Gulbenkian, in a noble place. And how can we gain the trust? By promoting conversations. And we, UMA, we have also been able to participate in your projects and in other. It is very gratifying for us to acknowledge the hinterland, because this is all about our countries. Let us not continue to have our country divided in the middle, the coastal lines and the hinterlands. And this is all I had to say. Thank you. Would anyone else like to contribute? Well, everyone, you, Cristina? We have done a lot. The EA grants have been a seed, a very interesting one. And as Manuela said, this was quite empowering for me as an agronomist, but also from the technical point of view, we have learned considerably with the knowledge that is kept by these farmers, women farmers, because they have solutions for the future. So we have many examples of what these women do, and that can be very very useful for the future and that they are already being replicated in many areas. But there is still a lot to be done. Donna Alice didn't say, but most of the women farmers have the 4th grade, whereas the women we have visited in Norway have a license degree, a university degree, master's degrees, and it's very difficult to have this type of knowledge, because Donna Liz here can talk to you about just anything, about politicians, about politics, about anything. But this knowledge came at her own effort. Apart from other issues concerning the differences we have found between Portugal and Norway, it was a very enriching experience. Well, the place where we are, and it reflects what we are, because we see that it is important to work in the territories. We all have to think on what we want to do, and this has to do with social empowerment of these women by promoting the self-esteem. And you, Paulo, Cristina, Alice, Anna, thank you very much. I want to thank you all. Thank you very much.
Convidamos agora para uma pausa para café.
We now invite you to our coffee break and also to share some ideas during the coffee break. And we'll be back in half an hour. Thank you.
Estamos de volta para o segundo painel do
Okay,
dia.
let's start the second
Combater a
panel of the
segregação
day
de género no
to
trabalho e no
fight
emprego.
gender inequality in work and employment.
É aquele desafio de nós podermos fazer a diferença para uma sociedade mais igualitária e para que as mulheres possam ter uma liderança mais representativa na nossa sociedade. Que tem que estar nas agendas das nossas organizações, porque de facto o papel das mulheres é fundamental na sociedade.
Quando pensamos numa política pública de igualdade de gênero, nós temos que trazer a migração e as outras questões. Por exemplo, pouco falamos do etarismo, que é uma outra questão que é extremamente fundamental quando falamos dessa gestão, né? E se falamos de habitação, é importantíssimo cruzarmos os outros marcadores sociais e não construirmos políticas nas suas caixinhas e não interseccionarmos, porque nossas vivências não são iguais.
E a ruptura é com um sistema do qual fazemos parte, que é invisível, que nós não conseguimos reconhecer e que por isso ele continua a existir em força, mas que enquanto agentes, porque nós falamos muito sobre a sociedade, como se ela existisse e fosse um corpo lá fora do qual nós não fazemos parte, mas não, nós temos uma possibilidade, temos uma voz ativa. Então nós podemos romper com esses traços tradicionais e a Cíntia falava de marcadores sociais. Existem muitos marcadores sociais que fazem que continuam a fazer com que os estereótipos de género sejam uma realidade, mas nós podemos romper com isso como agentes, como pessoas com autonomia, com responsabilidade e também com liberdade e, acima de tudo, com uma humanidade comum.
Convidamos a subir
We
ao
would like
palco
to invite now Sandra Ribeiro, President of the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality, and she will be our moderator. We would also like to invite Carla Tavares and Caio Monteiro for the project Equal Pro, and Bruno Freitas for the project System of Role Assessment, Inês Gomes for the project Free Choices, and Filipa Montalvão from the Promova project. Hello everybody. Welcome all those who took their day and their time to be here with us. We would like to thank you all to be here and to listen this share of ideas that we have, and this project lasted for nearly 7 years for the conciliation and gender equality and for the EEA grants here in Portugal. And as I would like to thank the EE Grants project to have given us the opportunity to be able to execute so many projects on gender equality through all these projects. I have a panel here with quite a lot of gender. It's quite gender balanced, I must say, because sometimes we have, when we speak about these issues, we have usually a lot more women than men, but we are quite well here. I will start with Carla Tavares. As you know, a lot of you know, she's the president of CIT. I would like to ask Carla and then Caio Monteiro, who is a trainer for vocational training centers. This is a project that was designed with several partners, but to center that this SIG idea is when you thought, I'm going to take these grants to do an Equal Pro, right, project. Good morning, everybody. I would like to congratulate not just SIG as the entity, operating entity, but all the participants who were involved in the national features and in implementing this grant, and which have had a very positive contribution and very important for the transforming of our country. This project does have a story behind it, which I'm going to say. The mission of SIG is to promote employment and work and gender inequality, to combat gender inequality. And throughout the years, I understood that we've always cooperated with IFP, which is the Work Institute. But it was important to have some intervention as it regards the vocational training courses. And this became more evident when in February 2020, I started this role as in January 2020. So February 2020, we're about to start COVID. And in Setúbal, in the professional national championship, I understood that anything that had to do courses related to mechanics, other projects, or any areas related to technology, it was more men who took on those worked on those areas. And then when it came to beauty, products and treatments, this was more for girls. Traditionally, we had a lot of girls working there. So I thought, we needed to design a project that would have an influence on training itself, and which will help us to fight these stereotype genders, and to start on this vocational training, and so that we can start to break down those barriers to think that women, girls should go on traditional areas which we see more women in, and the men should go or work in areas which are traditionally related to like men's stuff, like mechanics and stuff like that. And I thought the course is very important, and we thought this was important to mention that. So the outcome, this was our first priority. So you identified that there was a real issue, right? Specific issue. Yes, we could tell that there was a lack there. There was, say, an award for the Better CNC award, and it was only lads. There was industrial designer, it was only lads, boys. And then there was like beauty programs, hairdresser, it was all girls, design and fashion, it was all girls. And this is quite evident, we can see that. And I thought it would be a good way to actually... So what did you think? What strategy did you think? I thought it would be important to create, and that's why this project has a toolkit, to create a methodology that could be applied to vocational training, because we thought from the beginning that this transformation, and I think the project was designed with that logic, that transformation logic, that we could only do so if we developed a methodology that could be adapted within the vocational training, and that would allow us to deconstruct those gender stereotypes. So we started working on that, and first we did the diagnosis to try to understand the state of the art, how we were in terms of numbers. But once we've acknowledged the reality, we wanted to develop a methodology so that we could apply it in the training centers, and training centers who, together with us, embraced this project when we created these partnerships. So going now to Caio Monteiro, who's now applying this practical kit. Are you applying it? Is it feasible? Did you have a good acceptance to it? Well, first of all, I would like to extend my greetings to everybody here. We did the toolkit application as a pilot project, so to speak. And then we collected the feedback, and then we had it resulted in the toolkit that was published. And within this application that we did, it was quite easy to see that there is indeed a gender segregation, so to speak, or inequality, and we could see that there were two awareness actions we did. First, it was with the trainees from vocational training centers and with the trainers themselves. So we could see that there was a reflection that happens when this methodology is applied. It is based on non-formal education activities, and we could understand that people start reflecting and thinking about how the society really shapes and family shapes them to have chosen a certain area to work on or a certain course to choose. And then they understand that there are indeed barriers within society and that they can overcome these barriers. So you use it as a work instrument, really, or tool to work with the trainers and trainees. We did this awareness project for the trainers that worked within these vocational training centers. People who do trainers in say mechanics, beauty courses. So the goal really was to give them tools so that they could do a deconstruction of the typical genders that work in those areas. And it's quite interesting to see that this awareness action was also a personal reflection, really. So they could think about, for instance, the how many times do the different genders work in their jobs and in the household chores and so on. So they could then bring those different tools and to help them to break down those barriers. So we have now a toolkit which will have, and we know the project has been finished and it's being implemented already. What is what are the training centers using? Well, yes, that's now the challenge, and Ana Paixão was saying that this is the reality. It's very interesting, the awareness, really, to raise awareness, because it's got to be the ones who are on the top that determine that these methodologies will indeed be implemented. And this is the challenge we have in implementing this project and raising awareness, really, so that we have a constant dialogue with IFP, which is a professional institute. They were our partners, and with all the protocol centers, really, to determine partnerships. We chose 2 of them in areas which are usually typical male areas, like Sinel, electronics and metallurgic. So, and the SICOA, which is more predominantly feminine, with women working there. And we wanted to implement that in those specific areas. So this is very important. And to think of these protocol centers, the IFP and INED as well, which is a training center, so that this will be seen as a priority and that they can adopt for their DNA on their own policies the implementation of this tool, which they themselves were involved in designing. And we have people who have indeed been impacted when applying this methodology, right? Yes, that's right. I can say that at the end of the training, I could see people used to come to me and say that they would like some more, to have some more. They would like to apply this to other courses and on other classes. And other trainers themselves, that they thought a certain area could benefit from this program. So I understood that there was a need here. We received several feedback in that way. And we understood that this should be enlarged, really. And just to mention one point that I think it's rather important, and it shows how important this project was. When we wanted to set up the project, we were trying to impact 60 people, but with all these actions, we impacted over 1,200 people. So we could see how important it was. So we want this to carry on being implemented. And and the ideal would be to all the training to be extended to all the training centers. I will go now to Bruno Freitas. Hello, Bruno, who represents FEZET, which is the shoes and textile union. Union workers. So this was already applied in this sector, right? And it had been already applied in the shoemaking sector. What is the goal to develop this project? And if you could tell me, what goals did you manage to reach? Hello to everybody. First of all, I would like to thank the invitation from SIG to be here at this event and to show our work. And I would like to give you a little bit our context about FEZET so that we could understand the outcomes we had. FEZET is a union organization, represents 11 unions on a national level for the textile, shoemaking, and woolen sectors, and we want to negotiate collective work contracts for these sectors. So in Portugal, we have the law that establishes a minimum collective work for all the sectors, and we know that they can also negotiate other rights that allow the workers to have access to other job perks, right? So that's the importance of FEZET, and mentioning the last panel where we spoke how we could rate our work, or in one word, I would say that's something rather important, because FEZET has the responsibility of, on a collective level, to value these sectors, right? Yes, this work is very special for those sectors, to value indeed those sectors. And we're looking at sectors, work sectors which are mostly, have got a female predominance. So mostly we have women working there. So we understand that within the collective training and the collective work contracts, we want to value the work accomplished by these women. And let me just check here my notes so that I can speak about the dimension. So our sectors represent about 160,000 workers. The majority are women, and quite a few hundred companies, most of them small and medium enterprises. And we know that the majority of the staff that work within these industries are women. So the goal of this work that was done with the support of the EEA grants was to assess the occupations, which was within the textile and leather products, and we know that the leather items traditionally had men working on them because of the physical demands of it, and we had to think how this these professions, how they are distributed. We wanted to see whether they are duly, their importance has been duly seen. And we wanted to identify any discrepancies in those occupations that were traditionally occupied by women. And this was, we wanted to see that when we did the collective work contracts, we wanted to value those women and to think about the jobs and then the salaries as well. So one of the things we wanted to value, and we were thinking of sectors that were predominantly occupied by women, and we can ascertain that women earned less than men. And then the sectors where women's are more. So when looking at the tenor and textile sector, we could see that where we have men, traditionally men, this difference isn't as seen. So this instrument that you applied is easily adaptable to any sector, right? Yes. The methodology we adopted, it's referenced by the OIT. So we didn't create anything new. So OIT recommended we want to apply this tool to assess the gender inequality. And we started this work in 2009. And after a job that we did with the SIT, where we tried to do whether the rules that we apply on our contracts have any gender discrimination practice, and we checked that whether the women that work traditionally in these sectors, whether their salaries were up to date and so on. So, and looking at these sectors, what you did was to create like a model that you applied to ascertain where the salary inequality exists within the gender inequality. Yes, so we could identify the professions, and at the end of the assessment, we ask for a rate of or a point system where the worker will choose. So if we can see that the same job is being done by a man and a woman, and there's a salary discrepancy, we will try to address that. It's a job that we've been doing since 2009, and the ones that we've seen better results was in the shoemaking areas, where after 3 years of cultural negotiations, contract negotiations, we could see how we could see the categories. So this is a recent work. We finished it in 2023, and then there's a process to start the collective associations, and then we could see the entities of the proposals to negotiate the contract. And then I'm not sure whether I can say that next year we're going to see this chart updated in accordance with the studies, or whether it'll take 2 years or so. It will depend on the social dialogue that's between the social partners. And speaking on the impact on people's lives, which is really, the impact. That's what we're trying to ascertain. How could you look at this project? And how this can impact, has done so or can still do it, and can be extended to other sectors so that you can work on it.
When we look at data and it points out that there is a salary gap, we see that this methodology or the application in these sectors will allow to acknowledge the value of these sectors. In the case of textiles, for instance, when we start our work, we will see how production is. But when we go to the field, most entrepreneurs say that these are a lot of professional categories And when we talk with female employers, they didn't even know which professional category they belong. So this is the reality of the sector, and it's important to understand the dynamics of this sector, and also about adding the value of, for instance, seamstresses, because we see that techniques are different. They now have a computer and they can do several stitches, and more skills have to be used, and they have to resort to several areas of knowledge in order to pursue their activities. However, on a regular basis, we should see whether professions are being adjusted and valued, as it has happened in our work. When we look at these working standards, they were set a long time ago. And although it can be interesting, and this can really have an impact on persons' daily life, but if these classifications are changed, imagine that you consider a table with 7 or 8 levels for seamstresses. You will have level 1, level 2, level 3, and so on. And if there are no major differences, we will see that career progression will be better achieved. Of course, this has to do with salary levels that end up acknowledging the work carried out by women. And this tool is still used in other areas. And in this project, notice that I am only in representation of FEZET, but we also had the employers' associations participating. It is fundamental to have them involved with us, otherwise at the negotiations results may not be achieved. Today, more than ever, no one wants to be associated to a sector where discrimination exists. And we can also be an inspirational for other sectors and for other trade union federations willing to use this methodology. Have you ever been questioned about how to go about it? Well, indeed, several contacts were made to us in order to have access to the study we have made, but not at the level of its or of making it operational. Thank you. Now, Inês Gomes. You are representing UMA. You also came up with a project under the name of Free Choices. And this is very much in connection with CIT. And it also aims at getting closer to the youngsters to say that professions have no gender. What goals were you able to achieve? How has your experience been in the field? And how have you, what's your experience with the younger population? Well, the Free Choice program was developed through the last 18 years. We were aimed at clarifying gender stereotypes and their consequences in the labor market, but also to help these youth to be those who will bring about change. And on the other hand, we had the purpose of involving organizations such as the NOS in order to further develop social sciences focused on boys. And we had the Free Choice podcast in which we invited persons who were key to change paradigm. We have invited male social workers and male engineers in order to meet the goals of our program. And during these sessions, we have used an active methodology of stimulating reflection, pedagogical games, discussions. And this methodology has allowed both young girls and young boys to do without their stereotypes and also to be open to new professions and to be aware that talents have no gender. And all the complementary or supplementary activities were made not only at schools, but also through the development of a mentoring program or a role model program. And we've talked to the purpose was to clarify these topics in the youth minds, and we have also conducted guided visits. We have also communicated through social media such as TikTok in order to reach our target population by using simple and accessible language in order for the youth to understand everything we were trying to convey to them and for them to develop their reflection capabilities and to see how important it is to destroy the stereotypes. So you've been throughout the country, or no, actually we have worked continuously with 8 schools, 4 in the areas of Setúbal and Porto, and we have also worked in some other schools, but it was also we have developed more sessions in these 8 schools in Porto and Setúbal. We have also tried to reach the population at large. We had 25 women who were trained around the deconstruction of stereotypes. We also have a manual of good practices that would provide tools in order for them to work around these gender stereotypes at schools. We also try to resort to social media through lives and podcasts to disseminate this project even further. Then we had a study which aimed at grounding the whole project and trying to perceive what they thought about this. Yes, this was our purpose. Did you come across a lot of prejudice, men and boys being separated? Well, in our study, one of the professions where more than half of the youth who have participated had to do with the make-up activities, because some of them says that this is exclusive for women. Then we also had half of this population thinking that the military military is associated to men, drivers also associated to men, everything around psychology, social workers. This had to do with women, they believed. So this is still a reality. Yes, indeed. And our study showed that apart from those professions that the youngsters refer to, let me add that this a survey was made in 4 regions of the country. We have also conducted focus groups in Lisbon and Porto so as to bring in direct talks in order to incorporate their opinions. And we see the stereotypes in relation to profession choices very much present. And on the other hand, we saw that young boys and girls working with us continuously brought about very positive feedback. They were able to do without these stereotypes. And for instance, it was important to use a buzzword, and that was about transformation, because we have also carried out, unfortunately, we have no youngster who has attended this work with us here. Please give me some concrete examples on this transformation. Has there been any youngsters, boys and girls, saying that profession Y and Z was not for boys but rather meant for girls, and ended up away from this opinion? Well, indeed, we in Setúbal, where we conducted this work, we realized that we had many youngsters thinking like this. But we were very happy when we would come across a girl saying that I wanted to be a mechanic, but I thought that this was only meant for boys. And according to the professions, we have realized that there has been a considerable amount of change. We know that this is not a linear process. We know, for instance, that football world is also about the stereotypes, and we have done our utmost to clarify these stereotypes. Because when we say that women can be mechanics, they can be engineers, but not football, because football is a man's world. Please do not move this world away from us. And we have used a simulation where we tried to reach these youngsters with videos and images, and we have shown them a video that had nothing to do with gender equality, but we have resorted to AI to show, to have a presentation of men, of persons celebrating football. And we realized, say, that it was a female football game made by artificial intelligence. And this example was perfect because they were all celebrating this very good game, but then they realized that this was not played by men, but rather from women. And then you were able to make the difference, right? That's very interesting. And you can also say that this working methodology can go beyond this project. It is possible. Where do you think we should use it? Through citizenship classes and through a national program in schools? what you have developed in this project, how can this be extended to the community at large? This has allowed us to carry out a continued intervention. Actually, when we work in prevention field, we tend not to have this idea. But for instance, when we walk around the Artemis program, we see the importance of prevention. But then, because of funding issues, we carry out awareness campaigns to work around these issues. And it's important that we work on a continuous manner, because we work with 18 classes for 2 years' time. And it's important that there is a continued intervention in order, because when we work with 2 consecutive school years, we understand that during the holidays, there had been a setback by certain classes in comparison with the work we have done in the previous year. So it is urgently needed to talk with these youngsters so that they can make their free choices, understanding that this gender stereotypes also affect the labor market and gender inequality. So methodology is already designed and tested. So now we have to continue. Filipe Montalvão.
You're the partner of White Way, and you're going to speak to us about what is one of the most spoken about projects, which is the Promova project. It's a star within the project, because it was the first project that actually finished. It finished about 2 years ago, but it didn't actually stop there, which is great, really. This is a project that CIP had the possibility, this is the promoting agent, to carry it, to carry on doing it. This is about 5th or 6th edition, and you were one of the people that were impacted by this very project, right? You were one of the women that did this awareness and project, and you carried on. Yes, I would love to be. First of all, it's great to be here, Inês. I want to talk to you because I have 2 people I know. One is an astronaut, and another one is a mechanic from a small and medium enterprise. And but I think that what we need to say is examples, and it's so good to hear people talking and to have examples of professions that are so really don't fit in the mold, so to speak, And so I wanted to tell you a few stories afterwards and give you a few contacts. Sandra, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. I am very proudly, I am Promova, which is what we say when we finish this training. This is a program that carries on impacting yearly a lot of women. And we have 2 programs. We have Promova and Progrida programs, which is Promote and Progress. And this has got to do with the experience that the people have. And I do feel that I was truly impacted by this program. This is a program that lasts for 1 year, and it's split in 4 modules, where we have about 35 and I'm looking at the figures, I hope I'm not saying anything wrong. We have 35 people that have enrolled through the companies, which they are part of. And during this year, we have 4 modules which have work on different areas, be it from management, leadership. But above all, first of all, let me tell you something. As a woman, I am a partner of an agency that works on strategy and creativity. I was one of the founding members of that. And when this Promote project came about, I promoted myself because nobody came forward. So, and as I understood that many times it was the CEOs and partners of the companies that proposed people, I phoned them up and I said, can I put myself forward to this? And that was the first step I took to be part of this Promover project. So, and sometimes we wait people to make some decisions, but sometimes we have to take a step and say, can I put myself forward and show my interest in this? And my Promover adventure started here. So these 4 modules focus on different areas, on management and leadership, and they start with a very important module, and I don't want to be a spoiler for whoever may have an interest here, which is the self-knowledge. And I think that this was the very first part of the program where very clearly this touched me. These 4 modules are divided in 3 very intensive days. So once every 3 months we see each other, and during these 3 days we are together working from 9 till 6 p.m. and then we each one go on our ways. We have a few actions of networking and a few points, and then we meet again and we do 3 days training. This is not quite a fully comprehensive training where we have a real commitment, because we know that everybody is always running around, like crazy. We don't know how we can slow down things in life. But to say that from a perspective of intensity and time schedule, these modules I feel that really fit in our lives, from the participants of this module, of this course, and then we work very deeply for 3 days. 3 days in the different subjects that will promote ourselves. The very first one, like I said, it's self-awareness. And I've done several training sessions in the company. They say that I always love to do courses and training, but I do believe that many times after a certain part in our life, when we go back to learn and to do a course, we feel the real importance to carry on doing so. And it's not so much just for the knowledge, obviously this is very important, but it's to meet people who have the same interests as we do. Promote was very much like this. I met 30-odd women, 35, and they all came from different areas. They all have different subjects, and they were all in different moments within their lives and careers. And what did we feel? We felt that the challenges and difficulties or insecurities we have, it's not just from each one of us individually. I could speak now in age for half an hour, regardless of our ages. We do have a little bit of an age difference, but we would come to the conclusion that we have very similar challenges. We probably have very similar insecurities. And I believe that these training courses really have an invisible pact that help us to understand this. And this program really had this invisible impact of to being together and sharing. And this does follow a rigorous process to actually enroll. But I'm sure they put these people together that come from different walks of life, different ages, different roles, and different times in their life where they have different challenges. So perhaps somebody who is well in their career and that has got 4 children by then, or that person who's got a very high position in their career but they don't have children yet, and the one who's got the 4 kids and wants to even have another one or so. And when they put all these people together from a professional point of view, this sharing of knowledge is immense. It's mind-boggling, and it's so because we understand that we are not on our own. It's positive to see that the solutions, challenges that we've had may help me, tomorrow, what I'm going through now at the time with my team. And we understand that all these training models we learn, and so we can see how this brings great knowledge. So this self-awareness, as I said, or self-knowledge, I had never really done a training like this from the many trainings that I've done, and I understood clearly that this was very positive. And this self-awareness, there's something that in this course that gives you a real empowerment, right? Because what we've seen is that almost 50% that take part, enroll in this course, they very quickly get promoted in their careers, right? So what's happened? Well, this is a little bit my opinion, and thank you for asking me that, but I do think that this first module of self-awareness takes us a little bit, puts us in a little bit somewhat vulnerable position, because we're a bunch of women, we're all together, and we're always a little bit on the defensive side when we first come there, right? So this self-awareness and self-knowledge really makes us drop our guard down a little bit, because if you learn more about yourself, you can actually help other people along, be it in your team, at home with your partner, because then there's no barriers and no limits, really, no limitations. So I think this empowerment has got to do with the structure of the training, with the criteria selection of the people who take part in the course, and we understand that if we share when we're together, there is no way that we won't be able to accomplish things tomorrow. And you were saying that people are promoted. So I'm a partner within my own company. So I can't really, go up in the ladder, so to speak, because I was already one of the founding members. But we still have the ambition to do more, to go the extra mile. But my company is part of a group of 7 companies, national companies, and there's over 600 people. And what this made me stop and think was that today I embrace areas of sustainability of the group and not just of my company, and it made me think about challenges that I would never otherwise envision. So not just in terms, or not necessarily in terms of progression of career, but to think, why would I work in an area that's got nothing to do with me? I'm a designer as a career, and then I now work as a manager of a creative agency. But, the sustainability is always something that I was always curious about. But I always thought, why should I work or look at an area that has got nothing to do with my career? And what I feel clearly is that after this Promova course, is that many times we understand that there's no limits to what we want to accomplish, if we want to accomplish it, because if we also choose not to, then it's not a problem. And one thing we understand is that we don't all need to have the same ambitions to be, the company CEO or to do this or that. And that's okay, that's fine as well. So, and we understand that this empowerment, and it's a free choice empowerment, be it to progress within your career or within another area of your life, is something very positive. And it's something that's working, right? Because SIT would not carry on doing these editions one after another if they were not sure that this is actually bringing real positive things to people's lives, right, to their members, because they understand that it's very important within the empowerment and, because many times it's difficult to maintain the talent, to keep the talent, because we know that the real qualified skills, many times, we kind of, there's a shortage of them. So this is recognized as something very positive that comes, the outcome from this course. And we have heard other women also mention this in other events, and they give really their witness about this and they all of them end up saying what you said, and you mentioned really in the first module of this self awareness, and they said as well that they started looking at themselves in a different way, and they stopped being afraid to fail. And this is something great, you know, because if I'm not afraid to fail, I'll still go and do it, because if I fail, so what? So, and this has been very important and very positive. It's been a very important impact in what I feel. It's been a good model for their lives and for other women. And sometimes we have the feeling that we as women, you know, we cannot try to do something, and you know, what about if we fail? And many times that prevents us really to try to do certain things that we didn't want to do, or we would like to try. So let me just ask you something. What is one word that you would define this experience of this Promote project? Well, I can't just, you know, give you one word to define, you know, this project. What I can tell you is that it had a great impact. I believe this word is of great importance. And the sharing together, I think that's a success, definitely. And there is indeed great knowledge that we also take from here. It's not just from an emotional point of view, because I am, you know, I do many times. I'm quite a person who thinks a lot about the emotional part of things, but this is really designed with the Nova University that has indeed, you know, a great program. So if I put the knowledge with this exchange of thoughts and the impact, I believe that's very important. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the members of our panel. And we still have about 7 minutes. If somebody would like to ask any questions or say anything, please go ahead. Okay, we do have Elisa Prista, please. Thank you so much, Sandra. Like you said, my name is Elisa Prista. I am from SESIS, and I would like to highlight the following about the presentation that Bruno Freitas did about this assessment of roles. When Sandra asked how far has this experience really had an interest, and like Bruno knows, we spoke recently about that. Within the European Foundation to improve quality of life, which I've been working on for a long time, one of the points of work has got to do with the salary transparency and issues of salaries, and we wanted to identify promissory practices that other countries already work, and that could be shared here as well. Portugal was one of the identified countries to contribute with these good practices, and one of them was indeed from FESET, and specifically the work that you developed in the shoemaking sector for the reasons that you already mentioned, because Eurofund was indeed an entity that was quite interested in a study that you developed. And this sectorial study really that had a direct impact in reorganizing the instruments for the collective contracts that you did. I would like to congratulate you once again, and to say that FESET and within this Eurofund, this experience is going to be shared and promoted. Thank you so much. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we've got somebody. Thank you so much. From SIG. My question is to Inês. Thank you for all the presentations. This is a very interesting event, and I would like to ask Inês, within this term that you mentioned, and this attraction, really, if that these carries on having this tour, then this what you told us about, and you gave us the example of football and artificial intelligence. And I would like to ask, did you have the same experience or contact with boys who chose, if they did choose, any activities which are classified traditionally as female activities? What was the reaction of the girls? How was the reaction of the boys as well? And whether there was equally an adherence from both males and females. So whether these activities are welcomed, by both genders. Thank you so much for your question. I think that within the profession that, in this case, for youngsters, young female participants, the shock a little bit they had is when we had a ballerine in one of the podcast episodes, which was a profession that had very much a stereotype, and the stereotypes also for that women had in their minds. And we had other professions that didn't lead to such an intense reaction, like the football, for instance, but that also led to some reactions from some certain professions that where we had, like for the boys, it had some determining personalities that showed that their choices were, for instance, as a ballerine, these were professions that were not so typical of men, and so on. But the only profession that we could see that is being really quite clarified is as regards teachers. So the teachers are typically taken by women and men, but like say police or other professions like that, women didn't think that they could possibly do those roles or take on those roles. So certain stereotypes were quite difficult to break down and to think, within the Portuguese society. It was also difficult for women to actually enter those different professions. Only to think that we've got a woman who is a general, she was the first woman who managed to get to a general. So these stereotypes have got to do with their context, with the social rules, which unfortunately are built like this, and then it does lead to these gender stereotypes in society. I hope I answered your question. I would just like to add that because I was listening the different intervenients, and Inês took part of one of the projects in SEET, and we learn very much from each other. But all these projects are connected to something that Professor Luísa Perista mentioned, and which is having a lot of impact, but will even more, which has got to do with the transparency of salaries, is that, when we think of the breakdown of this gender stereotype, we know that this will create an impact also on the salaries, and this meets also the point of assessing the different roles, and to thinking, yes, of the roles, and because we know that the employers actually speak not so much of the structure, but the different roles really that will affect the type of staff that they will hire. So this is important for us to understand, so that we can evolve as a society and really reduce these inequalities. This is the real impact that this program will bring, which is to mitigate the inequalities and the gender inequalities. Also to mention the importance of participation of men where, you know, in the female, typically female jobs, and we know that it's easier for women to break into and go into the jobs that are traditionally more male than the other way around. Yes, and I would like to add that we know, we are aware of a Norwegian project that indeed tries to bring more men onto the sector, which is the working in a creche, you know, in a kindergarten with children. And, you know, we spoke very much. We've been talking about this to try to bring more girls to the STEM areas, you know, technology, education and management. But perhaps even from an institutional point of view is to think to do this study to bring more boys onto areas like the care, you know, caregivers and working with children. I don't know if somebody, okay, we've got 2 more people there. Okay, that's great, that's great. I've got my monitor saying that we've run out of time, but by all means, let's hear them. Yes, good morning. My name is Virginia Ferreira from the University of Coimbra. I would like to greet all the people who are working in this area, and this is indeed a very important base because the gender equality and reducing the gender inequality, this is a base to then reduce the inequality in society as a general. But I would like to speak the project glass, you know, glass frontiers, and I would like to highlight something rather important, which is the work that is required to try to break down these, not just these stereotypes of youngsters, but also from the institutions, namely from the schools, as regards the training, you know, vocational training, because it's very important to work on this, because nowadays almost 50% of youngsters are doing vocational training. And this vocational training, by the assessment we did, looking at the statistics from the education within this project, glass barriers, we've seen that this is a very, where we really see a gender inequality. We have certain classes that only have boys, certain classes that only have girls, depending on the areas. And what we understood is that the majority or a large part of this process starts when offering the actual courses from the schools. The schools want to have students, they want to maintain their teachers, of course, and they think, okay, we're going to develop a course for boys, and they think, or they don't think that they should maybe offer them for girls, or so, you know, for girls, they end up offering, like, you know, nurses and other areas. And for boys, it's typically mechanics or things like that. So it's within these areas, really, we should look at people. And when I mention people, I think of, you know, those who are responsible in drafting these education policies. So that I only hear about the vocational training or professional training as an inclusive training, because it can, you know, it can help more like children with certain needs, or who are a bit more, you know, in certain areas. But I think that it's rather important to raise awareness, really, within the policy makers for this area. Thank you so much. I'm not sure. I would just like to add something. My name is Frederico Cardoso. I work within the Grupo Heritage, Abdic Hotels, and I have a hobby which is called Nítido by Macho Men. What I do, knitting, sorry. I knit, I do crochet and do knitting, and I work on all sorts of knitting. This project started 10 years ago, and it had quite a lot of impact 10 years ago. And what I've noticed is that on a world level, there's still a lot to work on. It's important to start with children, show them different, types of how interesting knitting is, rather than only typical boys things, and to give them a contact with the wool, and it could be textiles, it could be other things, and we know that there's still a lot to do. I can think of a contract, an example, which is Gerard, which has a knitting shop in London, and in London he had to open a shop because he could not be integrated within a knitting community. So he's gay, and he could simply not enter this knitting kind of contact because the girls, actually, so he felt that the women wouldn't take him in, but he didn't want to be in the gay community because he wanted to not work so much within this stereotype, and he wanted really to welcome everybody. So this he always had contact with knitting. His grandma had always a basket with cotton, and which he kind of grew up with that. This has got to do actually with psychology, because I suffer from anxiety and so on, and this was another tool that I had besides therapy. I had the knitting is actually something that I've used to relax, and this is almost like a meditation wave, and we have to think that this is not just to treat adults with anxiety, but also with children who use mobile phones, because I see loads of people even here using their mobile phones. So I actually think that I know I try to knit in public, and I know that I get funny smiles, but I do like to knit when I see other people around me using their mobile phones. So this has not been an easy journey, but I can see more women using and going into these areas which are typically male. I was invited to go to a program from Herman José, a Portuguese comedian, where we had a lady who was a taxi driver, and I was doing my knitting, and people thought it was quite funny. And people think it's funny, but because I am half Norwegian, people kind of take it because they think, well, he's half Norwegian, he's a bit crazy anyway. So, but I think this is a reality, and if you want, it's called knitting. It's called Knitting by Macho Men. This is my website. You're very, I've done fasting building, and I've had contact, contact with men who do knitting and all this stuff. Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you all. And I think we're now finished. Finished this lovely panel. Thank you so much. Oh, just one more thing. We're going to see a little video. I'm sorry. It's a film from the MOVA project. Thank you so much.
Quando pensa numa empresa de referência, quem é que imagina sentado na mesa da direção ou a tomar as grandes decisões do dia-a-dia? Na CIP, imaginamos mulheres e homens bem capacitados. Acreditamos num mundo onde a igualdade não é apenas uma palavra, mas sim uma missão. Assim, em 2019, com o apoio financeiro dos EEA Grants, nasceu o Promova. O nosso objetivo continua claro: fomentar a igualdade de género nas empresas, pavimentando o caminho para que mais mulheres assumam funções de gestão de topo. Acreditamos que a liderança não tem género e que é o momento de encontrar novas abordagens para criar uma cultura onde a igualdade de género não seja só valorizada, mas vivenciada. O projeto Promova é um programa executivo de excelência desenvolvido em parceria com a nova SBE, especificamente desenhado para apoiar a promoção de mulheres.
Este projeto permite-me, através de todo o networking que aqui é feito, pela possibilidade que nós temos através do mentoring cruzado, permite-nos ser atores e gestores na mudança.
Projetos como estes são fundamentais para impulsionar esta transformação e promover a igualdade, neste caso entre mulheres e homens.
A verdade é que temos que mudar, quer em termos sociais, quer em termos organizacionais, e é fundamental nós, enquanto mulheres, trazermos uma voz mais ativa para as empresas.
Os resultados das últimas edições enchem-nos de orgulho. 129 participantes, 72 empresas envolvidas, 4 edições e uns notáveis 49% de mulheres promovidas. Junte-se a nós nesta jornada rumo a um futuro mais equitativo e próspero. Projeto Promova, an executive program for women to balance the power.
Fim da apresentação do segundo painel. E ainda antes de seguirmos para o almoço,
So this is the end of our second panel, and before we go for lunch, we're going to listen the performance from the group Crua, who were with us last year. If you don't know, they celebrate the traditional Iberian music and Portuguese music using the adufa, which is the tambourine. They try to use the identity and feeling as something very alive.
Crua.
Welcome again, Crua. Hello, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. We are Tua. We were here last year. It's a great privilege to be here. I think the reflections that we're exchanging here is very much what we think and try to do within the traditional music. We try to bring a legacy of women where the thoughts about gender equality would have changed a lot of lives, and our songs, our music really reflect those same sentiments. We sang Moda da Tosquia, and we're going to sing the next one, which is a theme from a composer from Porto, João Loio, and who speaks about migration. And the theme is about 40 years old and speaks about jumping a border, and that's why we're going to speak about jumping over the border, you know, from here to there, from there to here. And that's why we chose this music, because we speak a lot about borders, and we speak about welcoming people.
dos trabalhos. Costumamos dizer, e aqui faz muito mais sentido dizer,
From the Beiroa song,
não cantar este tema.
we simply had to sing this theme, and if we weren't going to sing this song, it means that there were no women working. So everything that you're discussing here, we hope that next time we hope that we won't be speaking about these issues, but in the meantime, we will carry on doing our best.
Minha mãe
Nosso tempo é curto, vocês têm muita coisa também para fazer, para conversar e para pensar. Vamos despedir-nos de vocês com uma música alentejana que se chama Ceifeira.
This one is called Ceifeira, and we have a lot of freedom to change the lyrics to our songs. We have to write and rewrite the stories, and the stories where the role of women is typically described in society. And many times this change is very unique. You know, this woman who worked in the field said that she wanted to get married, and she's beautiful. She's beautiful. She's very brave. And that's it. We are the Croa, and that's it.
Pela manhã quando nasce, ai de nós o que seria, ai de nós o que seria se o sol
Okay, we're going to have a break for lunch, which will be served close to the bar. We will be back at 2:30 p.m. See you soon.
percepção que eu tenho é que está-se a banalizar a violência, seja no namoro, seja psicológica, seja física, seja de que maneira for, está-se a banalizar.
As pessoas não são bichos, não é porque são de sexualidades diferentes, não é porque se apaixonam por pessoas do mesmo género, que são monstros, são coisas.
Eu aprendi muito e mexeu um bocadinho comigo aquilo que foi dito lá.
Não guardem as coisas para si. Se estiver a passar por uma situação de violência de namoro ou violência doméstica, nunca guardem para si.
Tem de fazer as tarefas em casa. A profissão de arranjar cabelos é para quem?
As mulheres sobreviventes são as chaves de sucesso de qualquer programa político ou prática.
Sou uma sobrevivente e que não sou única no mundo e que nos devemos apoiar umas às outras.
E o que eu levo daqui é muita aprendizagem e que nós devemos lutar mulheres pela nossa igualdade de género.
Têm que existir estes espaços também para que possam chegar essas sugestões das próprias pessoas que passam pelas experiências de violência, para que possamos também vislumbrar alguma mudança em termos sociais, alguma mudança e movimentar as massas também.
Bem-vindas e bem-vindos de volta.
Good afternoon. This is the third panel of the first day in this seminary under the title of Fighting Against Violence in Women and Home Violence, Educating for Prevention. And this will be moderated by Marta Silva, who is in charge of the Violence Department of CIGA. And we would like to invite her to come on stage. We also call Catarina Alves and Rogério Cândido for the project No, and Luísa Abreu from Provat Móvel, and Pedro Gonçalves e Maria from the Oficina dos Afetos project. Good afternoon to all. I hope you've had a nice lunch. I hope you have made a good time out of this morning. And we'll start the afternoon talking about violence. And why are we talking about violence in the seminar and on the topic of equality? Because we know that violence is not that perpetrated amongst gangs and in the streets and the public areas, but this is rather perpetrated against women and girls, and this is the maximum expression of an unequal society and of asymmetrical social relations. And this follows a line of thought that will help us educate for equality, how to be able to nurture more balanced relationships, thus avoiding humiliation and ill treatment. As you can see, we have quite a heterogeneous panel. We have Maria, and Maria is here to talk about all the Marias in the world. And we would like that Maria's generation, who's 10 years, would no longer had to experience these situations we have experienced so far. So we are all here because of Maria, and we wanted everyone like Maria, our children, to experience more joyful and happy relationships, not to be submitted to violence and so on. So we have three primary projects against violence, one of each resulting from a local authority. It's important to bring different players just to give us an idea of how projects are organized. And then we have other two projects from the civil organizations with a lot of experience in the area. And then we have a project No from the neighborhood of Benfica. And then we also have Ana Luisa from Marvel and Pedro Gonçalves and Maria from Oficina dos Afetos, Affection Workshop, in a free translation. So we would like you to share with us the results of your projects, aware that you have touched upon different layers of the population. We have several ways to reach these goals, and I would also like you to reflect on how your projects can add value to the fact that they should be continued projects, ongoing projects, lifelong projects, whose results will only be yielded in the future, because this is about changing attitudes and behavior, and we know how long it takes. So this is not about an immediate policy. So the question is the challenge of primary approach. So how can we add to this change of attitudes? And I'd like to start with Maria. How can we make sure that when Maria reaches the age of 16 to 20 years old, she will live in a more equal society with less violence? We can also start with our colleagues from the local authority of Benfica. How can you bring added value? So our project was quite an ambitious one. It included a lot of activities in the beginning, and something like 16 projects or activities. And these activities were not only meant for the children, it also included programs including several sessions with children since the kindergarten and to first and second levels of education. We ended up also working with youth, adolescents, and we included all schools in our parish, and they belong to public network of schools. And they were partners of this project ever since the beginning. So apart from this direct activity with children, we also had capacity building sessions, empowerment, including several target populations such as professors, teachers, educators, technicians in the community, the police, and so on. So we acted with more than 160 agents who interact with children. And we have worked with more than 1,000 children. This is why I meant that this was a very ambitious project, not only about the number of activities, but also because of the public we were targeting. Then we had other different activities which were meant for the general public, including wall painting. And they, of course, have impacts in the population. And we have seen this at this presentation, and we could also talk more about that. We also had tenders and contests where everyone could make cardboards, posters, videos, and we had a person in our parish who had submitted a project to develop several artistic workshops, and then we ended up including the whole population of adults and the elderly of this parish. We have used recycled materials, and they could make activities meant for specific dates. We have carried out these workshops 6 times a year, I think. And on the other hand, we also had an exhibition in the Avai Palace, which is a cultural project of our parish. This has lasted for 1 year. We have invited parents and the whole school population, but this was open to the general public. Because this is a place where people tend to go to visit exhibitions and to carry out many other activities. We have shown the materials produced by children and by populations of other ages included in this project. And Catarina and Rogério, how has a project of your size, including citizens from different ages, because this is important because we work on different topics from the 6 to the 60 years of age. How can we make sure that this is not only a project and that we can also guarantee the continuity and sustainability of this project? Well, the school I represent here was also caught in this project at a time when our parish has invited us to join the project, and then we have built the painting in our school facade. We had the whole school community involved. The children, the parents were very much in favor, and they have adhered to this message, and this is still ongoing. On the other hand, this was also resulted from a coincidence, because the ideology behind my school, Grão Vasco, was all about equality. We have been one of the first schools, and it's important to underline this, to ever integrate children with disabilities. And at the time, during the 70s, children like these were totally put aside. They were hidden. And so we were able to develop a different project, because our slogan is to educate through affections. And so it's about introducing love, equality, and freedom. And our values, the values we were conveying to our children through the integration of children with special educational needs. So this is all about equality, and we have brought about issues such as gender equality, and it's been really fantastic, because we were able to follow the work of Vanessa, and very often we had the children sitting down on the floor asking questions whilst Vanessa was painting. questions, what kind of questions did they ask to Vanessa? First, they asked, for instance, what was happening there, and she explained what was all about equality, even in difference, before the difference. And very often we see that persons were already curious about what was happening there, and having seen children sat and admiring these activities, then they joined and talked to us. They came to us spontaneously, because this mural is in an area close to the market, close to the shopping centers, and it remains there. Let me tell you a small fact. I arrived a bit late here because I had a commitment, because we had some parents who were coming to speak to me about the special needs their children or their child had, and they were looking for solutions, because we know this is not easy at all. It's not easy to have equal opportunities between men and women, and let alone with these children with disability. And this is where this project can come into handy. They asked, and I told them, listen, today I will be participating in a conference, and I think that the topic, this conversation of ours is very important. And I ended up talking to them about this mural, about this facade, and they were interested, and I have associated the message to our ideal, because we all know that love, equality, and freedom are cross-cutting values, common actually to many aspects of our life and of the society. And I think that the fact that we have these murals, and actually I'm very much focused on this one by Vanessa, and the message was quite strong. And even today, people stop, look, and question. So they are touched by this mural. The children have also been able to convey the message behind it. And so it's not easy to talk about issues of home violence, having the father beating the mother, or girlfriends and boyfriends also hurting one another. So I have the experience as a partner, but I'm not a psychologist, so I know that when talking with children, we have to find the right words, we have to find the right approach in order to avoid children from being afraid of relationships, because when you start a relationship, you have to believe that everything will be okay. So I have to also be able to convey the positive message behind any relationship. On the other hand, home violence is very much associated to social environments that are more complex, let's put it this way, when this is not the case at all, because this is common to all layers of society. In my school, I've had a lot of situations. So this is a private school, of course. It's not that it belongs to me personally, but I refer to it as mine out of the love I share for it. This is an aspect that is common to all layers of society, has nothing to do with economic background, social background. I hope that the message we have shared with our children can reach the parents at home and the community, because this school, this private school of art, is also integrated in the community, and it provides answers to everyone in the community. What impact will it have in the future? Well, it depends on how will this message remain in the future. Actually, I feared at the time that it could be subject to graffiti, this black ink there, and nothing has happened so far. Everything remains the same, and even the pigeons respect the words. There is no pigeon poos on this wall, which means that the pigeon also respect. So I will use your words, equality and effectivity, to ask Ana Luisa, to what extent can all these points being included in the project Marvel about breaking down the concept of gender, boys and girls, and how everything is connected.
Thank you so much for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I came from Porto. Marvel is a project that took place in Porto, developed in Porto, and has an impact in a school in other districts. I'm very happy to be here and for the opportunity that SIC gave me and to listen to about other projects and other practices, and it's great to get inspiration really from people who work within the same alignment. Marvel worked, it's finished, but it worked on the things like masculinity, and we're talking about masculinity from men. And it's perhaps interesting why it's important to speak about masculinity when we're talking about prevention of violence against women. And we know that the majority, many times during the gender study, men were almost seen as like genderless or almost not affected by the gender inequalities, and we know for obvious reasons, because women traditionally have been the victims of domestic violence. But I think it's important to also look to the other side, and to give you a little bit of an oversight of the project. Can you hear me well? There's a bit of an echo here. Well, the project had several activities, also very ambitious from its design. Sometimes this caused us some fear, but many times it's interesting to understand how we can overcome those obstacles. So we started by building or designing a film. We work with Baga Baga, which is a cooperative of cinema here in Lisbon. So we wanted to use the cinema, really, movie making, to be able to reach out to a different public, different ages, the possibility to work online, to take it to schools, educational centers, but also to take this into people's homes. So we opted for the cinema due to that full potential. So we accompany the daily lives of three men, three lads. Luis is a lad from the Cape Verdean community in Lisbon, Milton, who trains at a football club in Porto, and Mariano, who is an older gentleman, a pensioner, and who's got other issues. So this film was used in different ways. We built an intervention program from this, and this program and this facilitation, and we've put all this information in the website. And it was important that even after the project was finished, the material would still be there available, and the manual has been translated into English, and the film has English subtitles. So this program was implemented in children's schools, so quite young schools. It was implemented in 2 homes, homes for youngsters in Lisbon and Porto. We had 15 sessions where we worked on stereotypes, prejudice, self-care, household chores, risk, human rights, and why the masculinity addresses these different subjects. We've also developed awareness actions, and where we worked with the hospitals, health centers, the Red Cross, to try to reach the community and raise awareness for this theme. We're talking about 325 people involved in 19 awareness actions, and we also developed awareness campaigns. So we organized a road show with 119 youngsters from 13 to 18 years old. We're talking about mixed groups, boys and girls, where we organized debates, and we're talking about 17 schools, 2 education centers. We've developed 15 actions, 183 people. These are figures that don't mean a lot to you, but it means a lot for us, because it was a rather intense work where we approached many different people, communicated with a lot of different people and different formats. We know that it's different to speak to children in foster care or to speak to people from different backgrounds. We also did a scientific article which is about to be published about how an analysis to the public policies of Portugal since the 90s, where we've looked at all the diary of government republic diary, about the laws that were published, and where we looked at how the certain policies have not been fully implemented, and thinking about the social network and how certain awareness campaigns have been done. So I'm going to now bridge onto Pedro about the project Oficina dos Afetos. It's more like a TLC workshop, so to speak. So it's using an artistic expression to try to reach to more sociable and more intense concepts. So we look at this issue of the murals, to convey a message, and using cinema. So your Oficina dos Afetos has also used artistic expressions to try to bring love and care to very young children. But we'll invite Pedro to speak to us about how he applied this project in the schools in Penha de França. I think it was on now. Okay, this one's working now. So before, thank you so much for SIG and EEA grants to have invited us and our project to be here. On my behalf, I would like to thank SIG to, provide us this opportunity to share, and to share this with my daughter, Maria. Thank you so much. And as regards the project Oficina dos Afetos, or Tender Loving Care Workshop, so this came from a need that was identified locally. It was implemented in Penha de França parish. It came about by a need that was identified by the youth and children group of the parish of Penha de França. So the different institutions that composed this group and that participated in the project, the actual parish itself, the Lisbon care home, elderly home and other institutions. So what did we want to reach? We wanted to first of all clarify and speak about this issue of violence and how we should address this. We wanted to speak to this with children and to start really, we want to cultivate a culture of affection, because if there's a lot of affection and love, there's no room for violence. So the intervention that we've developed, it was an integrated working with children. We worked with over 250 children from the social, schools from the parish, and also with Santa Casa da Misericordia, the homes. And we thought it would be quite important to work with the people who work with those children every day, and share examples, either good or bad. And one of the interesting points of the project was the training for kindergarten teachers. And I'm saying this in the female version because there aren't kindergarten teachers who are actually males and with whom we're working. Once again, the stereotypes of gender it does happen, and this is one of those ways. So we worked with those kindergarten teachers, and it was rather interesting because the way how the training was implemented, this was not an ongoing process and then to work with the kids. Every week they had a session, and then that session we kind of gave them some homework that they should implement with the kids. So it was a very collaborative and rather comprehensive project. So we wanted to start with the kindergarten teachers, and because I think that many times they are the ones who bring those stereotypes for the children. So when we were speaking about the Promova project, the Promote project, and that self-knowledge, self-awareness, this was brought also to these kindergarten teachers. So to see whether they themselves as teachers had stereotypes which they were passing on to kids as they were working with them. We also thought it was important to involve the parents, the mothers, the tutors, the families. And in our experience, we work for many years with schools, and we know that it's a real challenge to get the parents involved. And luckily, in these ages, it's still fairly simple, fairly easy, because the parents have got a great involvement in the children's lives in that early age. But thinking of the children and thinking of using, say, artistry, how did we work with the parents? It was by telling a few stories. We were telling them stories, a few tales, and we told the parents in front of the children, so that there would be a debate about the theme that we were approaching. So not simply invite the parents to speak about violence, domestic violence, but to invite them for an hour of conversation where this debate came about. I think this was rather interesting in this. And then we developed certain workshops with the kids, and we had various intervention projects, like we had 10 workshops, and we used several little plays, dance, workshops. We're using dance, using work, where we expressed, challenged them to think about their superheroes and what powers did these superheroes have for them and how that would affect them. So how we could explain and talk and clarify this issue of violence, but think about the affection, the love. And we wanted to think of a word that would permeate our project. I didn't give you that challenge, but I can see that you looked at the email I sent you. Yes, I was actually thinking of the word that I could use. Yes, we had a family brainstorming about that. And I think that it's a rather interesting and the impact, and why this impact? Because we're working with the future citizens of our society. So if we manage to change some of the perceptions that exist now in our society, I feel we are moving forward. If we start working with the kindergarten teachers themselves, we can then help this project to be extended to other schools. And so obviously, if I got a parish here, yes, that's right. So yes, definitely, we want this work to have a bigger reach. And thinking about the impact that I wanted to mention, it's almost like a non-expected impact that this project had, because one of the activities that we developed, which was to share a story, which said, using your voice, don't shout, don't use your voice, yelling. So we wanted to show children, the different ways they can use their voice to speak with a friend, and always in a positive way. And then the other point was to ask the children, well, when you're shouted at, how do you feel? And they would draw and about how they felt when they were yelled at, and then we would ask them. And this was the only session that was done individually with any children. Individually, the others were done in a group. The kids had to say what was represented in that drawing, and we've used this expression, and I don't get tired of saying so because it's what we feel. When we see the drawings and we read the sentences, we feel like we've got a punch in the stomach, really, because we've identified a number of violence episodes that these children were undergoing that they hadn't been recognized before. And of course, we in doing this work, we didn't identify the child. We only put the age of the child. But it's a way of really raising awareness to this issue. And I'm going to add, if you see the exhibition is a little bit mistreated because of the impact that it's been getting. It's been used a lot. Yes, we started this project on a parish level. Now it's been extended to different municipalities. Now in November and December, we've had to do almost a planning on how we can use the exhibition in various places, because we were getting a number of requests that we could not quite answer. So we want this to have a great impact and involve a lot of entities and a lot of municipalities who are asking for this exhibition, because it's a great awareness campaign. So, and also before I go on to Maria, and I've already rehearsed this with Maria outside. So we want to appeal everybody to look at this exhibition. It's made with a very simple material, and you can actually express a load of things. Yes, it's like a kick in the teeth, really, to look at these drawings from 3- and 4-year-olds and how we can reflect on a prevention logic, to think about the impact that violence has in children, and children that are 3-, 4-year-olds that we think they're not aware of things. No, definitely and I didn't quite explain what, but just to add something briefly, the way how the exhibition is designed is that we have our neighborhood, and within our neighborhood we see a lot of doors and a lot of windows, but we don't know what happens behind closed doors. So it was really with this in thought that when we think of violence, cases of violence that happen next door to us and that we're not aware of it. So really that's the whole point, is that behind a closed door or closed window, we can have a serious issue going on. Yes, I believe it's worth you spending a few minutes and looking at this, and you'll get that feeling. So let's speak to Maria. Maria is 10 years old. She took part in this project when she was a bit younger. If she was a superhero, her superpower would be to read minds. I'm not sure what she would read here in our minds, but I arranged with Maria that I would have a conversation here, just me and her. Let's pretend that it's just her mom and dad here. And I would like her to tell me, nobody's listening to us, what did you do at this Oficina dos Afetos? Can you tell us some of the activities you undertook? We did various activities, some, like my dad said already, we organized dancing sessions, we had a play about explaining a story about a family of mice, and like the mother did everything at home because the father didn't do anything. He used to come home late from work, he used to sit on his armchair, and he didn't do anything at home. I think nobody actually saw that at all, right? None of us knows that. And then there was a flood in the house, and it was the mother who saved everything. And it was only actually from that day onwards that the dads actually realized and started to share the household chores, right? So yes, that's what we want to have, this idea of getting the boys and girls working equally, right? So what did you learn? You know, what did my class learn with this project? What lessons did you draw from this? That everybody, regardless being boys or girls, have the same rights, that anybody can have whichever job they want. We have to respect each other, and violence is never a solution for any problems. I think she deserves a round of applause, indeed. Very well. We have 3 minutes and 26 seconds to go. So I would like you to do a little wrap-up about the common denominator, you know, about the artistic expression, so that we can do a consistent prevention work. We have to involve several stakeholders, you know, the community, the teachers, other professionals. And the big challenge is the working with the prevention of various distinctive ages. It can be a project like with 3-4 years old, or with kids Maria's age, and teenagers as well. And also during teenagehood, where we know that the first intimacy relationships develop. So we know these issues start to develop in that age. So if you could say a few brief words about how we can work in the future, how we can reach various niches within the population. Who would like to start? Pedro? Or Luisa? I think 3 minutes is hard. It's 2 minutes and 10, and it's divided by 3 people. So it's the time's counting. No pressure, no pressure. So maybe I would leave perhaps a question. I had worked in other projects like this. This was the first where we looked into masculinity. I think it's rather urgent that this will be like that, and that SIG and the entities will carry on promoting this type of project, because masculinity allows us to understand how the violence against women, or how looking at women from a social object will create certain issues in men. You know, when we see men in a car and they open the window and they whistle at a woman. So the violence against women, really, it's a vehicle, a way to perpetuate this inequality. And you know, this thing about men being mates and being kind of using these promoting these stereotypes. I think this needs to be fought against. Thank you. Rogério, Catarina, Rogério, please. Okay. I think 10 seconds, what I would say is that I think it's important to approach these subjects, of course, from the very earliest stage as possible. and it's not just to work it now and then. It's to be an ongoing process, working with a group, with certain children. The impact will occur, but it might not be necessary. So from our experience, it is important if we can carry on doing this on an ongoing basis. And now, without even having enough funding, we want to carry on doing this type of project, working with the population. Pedro, please. Very briefly, I would take these words that we consider that very important indeed. I can just add that this equality issue is 16 years old, and when we started working about this at school, we were very optimistic because we started working in the third cycle, and we thought that would be enough, so about 15 or so. And then when we looked at the kids and saw the stereotypes that they already had, we looked at them and we thought, no, we have to go even earlier in their ages. And when we think about the next project that we're going to do in this area, will be at the outside a maternity ward, right? Because I think it needs to start as early as that. I don't think there's space for questions, right? No pressure, no pressure. We have 2 videos to watch from 2 projects. I just wanted to thank the colleagues from our sign language who've been doing a great work since this morning. So 2 videos about 2 of these projects to finish off. Thank you so much for everybody, and thank you, Maria. I know it wasn't easy, but I know you've been to TV before on the RTP. Thank you so much.
Sim, vamos lá, faz favor. Mano, hoje é sábado.
Sim, mas eu tenho aqui 30 à espera. Não é 1 nem 2.
O cliente está à espera ao sábado.
Puta, saúde. Eu não me sinto à vontade de começar eu. Não tem tua idade, não tem 30 nem 40. Tem que ser já. Está lá, no gabinete. Sim.
Não quero.
A Bia. Não. Dá cá isso. Não é não, isso sim.
Vai cortar o
Primeiro dá cá isso, Bia.
Não, primeiro não vou dar.
Bia, dá-me.
Não, compra um. Para mim. Minha água de limão. Água de limão. É igual. Para.
Não metas aí a mão, depois de fazeres o caracol e de pôr a mão, causa-te um choque térmico, desfaz o caracol. Percebeste? De baixo para cima, primeiro. Sabes porquê? Porque senão vamos arrancar, vamos partir muito da estrutura. A minha filha desatina quando a gente penteia assim. A minha filha não gosta que eu a penteie. Só gosta da mãe, diz que a mãe é mais meiga.
Ainda falta o creme hidratante, essas coisas todas.
Vaseline.
É.
Não gosta disso tudo, este moço.
Eu sou metrosexual. Sim, esquece.
Vês?
Sou.
O que é um metrosexual? Vais ficar andando de metro?
Não. Usa base, essas coisas todas.
Olha lá, se não parece que ele tem mais cabelo. Olha bem.
Meu, engano, meu.
Aliás, eu sou responsável pelo aumento da taxa de natalidade aí pelo país. Se chegar cá, a mulher que escolhe um dente, a mulher, está lá no que é que fazem no jantar lá. Isso, esperas.
acho que os homens também gostam de brincar com as bonecas.
A percepção que eu tenho é que está-se a banalizar a violência, seja no namoro, seja psicológica, seja física, seja de que maneira for, está-se a banalizar.
E nós, ao falarmos com muitos deles, nós vimos que por trás de cada um que se tornam violentos, muitas das vezes, há uma história, há uma família estruturada.
No meu tempo talvez era mais encoberto, as pessoas tinham medo de falar. Agora as pessoas estão um bocadinho mais abertas, as mentes estão mais abertas, apesar de ainda haver muito medo.
E sim, eu achei que foi muito importante porque poderia abrir as mentes deles para eles começarem a aceitar melhor isso e, enfim, pararem também um pouco de julgar e pensarem no lugar do outro, porque eu acho que se fossem eles, ou serem bissexuais, ou serem gays, ou alguma coisa assim, que não iriam gostar muito que falassem que eles eram doentes por gostarem da mesma pessoa, gostarem da pessoa do mesmo género.
Penso que eles estão, de modo geral, abertos, alguns ainda com muito preconceito de mudar certas mentalidades. Portanto, tem-se mesmo de continuar a trabalhar.
E porque queremos dar uma voz ativa a todas
And because we want to give an active voice to everyone by joining synergies of these programs, we would like to introduce a new panel on the impact of the program Conciliation and also home violence. We would like to call on stage Pedro Calado, director of the program Active Citizens, who will be the moderator of this panel. We also invite Teresa Silva and Clara Pelote from the Youth for Equality Network, as well as Ana Fernandes and Maria Sepulveda from the Portuguese platform on women's rights.
Então, muito boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Bem-vindos.
Welcome all.
Mais uma vez no âmbito dos EA Grants.
And once more, within the scope of the EA grants, we would like to extend these greetings to the Calouste Gulbenkian, because ever since October we have been organizing quite inspiring projects that show us the impact of generosity of Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein, because they will allow good things to happen, such as this one that we have just witnessed, and the fact that they are happening not only in our country but also here. On October, we've held a ceremony on the 30 years of the agreement that has enabled this program. 2 weeks ago, we had the final event of the Active Citizens program, a day of a lot of energy, good stories and inspiration. So I can only acknowledge SIG for having chosen this foundation, and also for inviting me to moderate this panel, a panel whose virtue is to show, just like the Active Citizens program, there's some projects who are part of the SIG's agenda, and that the fact that we all contribute for gender equality and to discuss about domestic or home violence. This program has supported 182 persons. It's been difficult and painful to just choose only 2, because we could, of course, have brought here other projects. But these ones are special, we believe, as they illustrate this crosswords of these 2-year grant programs.
Passando à nossa conversa,
and moving on to
eu
our
gostava de vos apresentar
conversation,
as pessoas que aqui
let me
representam a
introduce
Plataforma Portuguesa dos
the
Direitos das
persons who
Mulheres
represent the
e da Rede
Portuguese
Jovem
platform
para a
of the
Igualdade.
women's
São duas
rights and also
organizações
the
que, na verdade,
network
implementaram
of
três
Youth
projetos.
for Equality.
Fazer
Actually,
aqui
there are two platforms who
combinação
have implemented
destas duas organizações.
projects,
A Rede
so we
Jovem
will
para a
be
Igualdade
combining the
implementou o
organizations.
projeto Faz Elite
So the network
e a
Youth
PPDM,
for
são chamados
Equality and
gestão do tempo,
also the Portuguese
implementou os
platform for
projetos Exit 30 anos. Eu
women's
ia começar pela
rights have
rede
implemented
de
two
jovens para a
projects.
igualdade,
So let me
com
start
o
with
Faz
this
Elite.
network
Apresentando desde já
with
as duas oradoras
Youngsters
que
for
tenho aqui
Equality
presentes comigo, a
by
Teresa
introducing
Silva,
Teresa
que é
Silva,
presidente
who
da
is the
rede,
president of
e
this
vice-presidente da
network
PPDM.
and
Portanto, há
the
aqui
vice president
combinação ainda
of
mais
PPDM.
virtuosa.
So it is an even more
Nos últimos
virtuous
anos têm integrado diferentes
combination.
organizações no
Over the
ativismo
last
feminista.
years, they have
O
been
seu foco
making
tem sido o
part of
combate à
several
exploração
feminist
económica e sexual das mulheres em
organizations, and the
famílias e a todas as
impact they
formas de
have made is
violência sexista.
considerable
E
on
temos
all
connosco
sorts of
também
sexist violence. We
dos
also
órgãos
have
da rede,
Clara
que
Pilot,
tem
who's
a
part
Rede Jovens para a
of
Igualdade,
the
a rede.
organizations of this
Clara é mestre em
network.
migrações
She has a
pela Universidade Nova de
master
Lisboa,
in migrations
estagiando
by
CPR,
the
do
Nova
Conceito de
University of
Refugiados,
Lisbon. She has
e
also
atualmente é
made an
estagiária
internship
profissional no grau
in
Movimento
the
Internacional
Department
de
for
Mulheres,
Refugees, and she
com a missão de
also
construir uma cultura do
works
cuidado.
for
Eu
women
gostaria
with
de
the
começar
purpose
por
of
perguntar, no
establishing
fundo,
the
o que é que foi este
culture
projeto
of
Faz Elite?
self-care.
Nós tivemos
What
aqui
is
precisamente
this
também o
Faz
convite
the
a ser
Elite
apresentado
project
por uma
all
outra
about?
colega
Because
vossa,
it has
e
already
sobretudo que
been
resultado é que
shown by
este
another colleague
projeto,
of yours
eu diria que
in the
para
past.
nós,
So for
programas
us,
cidadãos
what we
ativos,
wanted to
cruza
know
obviamente
is
as questões da
that
igualdade,
this will
mas
bring
cruza
in
também a
issues
advocacy
of
e o
equality
enquadramento dos direitos
and
humanos.
advocacy
Para nós foi projeto,
and
aliás,
human
fundamentalmente
rights. So it has been quite an inspiring project for us. So what was it all about?
Olá, boa tarde a todos e todas.
Hello, good afternoon.
Thank
Thank you very much to the active citizens for inviting us. And I would also like to start by greeting this program, Active Citizens. That was very enriching for the youngsters because through the excellent support we've had during the whole process, and also on the empowerment that it offers to the organizations. This program I lead, Faz Elite, which is about understanding, fighting, and preventing sexual violence based on image. This has aimed at answering to one of the challenges to do with online violence and on a certain type of violence, which is image-based sexual violence, mostly known as porn images. And this project is about raising the awareness towards sexual violence based on image, and that this is perpetrated towards women and girls, which is part of a continued violence. And this violence is constant and structural in our society, and that we should never use the expression revenge pornography, because and why so? Because this expression removes the typification of this violence, and it leads us directly to the porn industry that we consider it to be a content for male public. And we could also discuss about this porn industry, and we know that it is is violent for women and girls. On the other hand, we should not consider as equal all images or have private sexual character, and sexuality cannot be the equivalent of pornography. So we should indeed focus more on violence itself. But on the other hand, we should also go against this notion of revenge, of porn revenge. Why? Because we know that based on the studies we have done nationally and internationally on this type of violence against women and girls, we know that often the focus of sexual violence based on images has nothing to do with revenge, because this is more of a simple idea that this type of violence occurs when boyfriends and when a boyfriend is not happy with his girlfriend. And we see, as one of the speakers of the previous panel said, we have to think of this type of violence as being one type of the masculinity of the male relationships, because this is also another type of violence. We should understand that what's new is not the type of violence, but rather the type of digital platforms. What we have indeed is a new platform which allows violence like this to be exponentially seen, since we don't control the internet as we do in reality. And we should understand that the line dividing the internet, the online and reality. But on the other hand, this is also a means to make sexual extortion and thus obtain any form of services or payment. So what we have done was to conduct a study on the incidence of these issues on girls from 18 to 20 years, and we have also provided training to other organizations in the country on how to tackle the issues, and we created a policy paper with a lot of recommendations on how to work on this violence. And then we wanted to include young girls, because they are the ones who have been experiencing this type of online violence. We have also had school campaigns using video and other type of materials such as flyers and posters. And this was the idea of our project. We managed to be successful in this project because we have even drafted a legal opinion, especially because in those times it was the object of a political discussion in Portugal, and 4 law proposals were drafted, and we were invited to give our opinion on a Socialist Party interview, and we were able to put forward our proposal based on the typification of the crime, and also to transform this crime into a public crime and have it separated once and for all from privacy, and also the crime of sexual self-determination of boys and girls. So our project wanted to have these sides. We wanted to study, understand the phenomena, train on the phenomena, raise the awareness, and also to advocate in order for the mobilization of the law can be helpful in fighting against sexual violence against women and girls. So it's not by mere chance that you came in with your sleeves up. Why was it? You might have had quite a negative impact on the stories that came to you. So how is it that someone so young is present all of a sudden in parliamentary sessions? What have you learned? This is one of the issues that can be seen as an advantage, because this network includes very young women, and this has been quite an advantage, because not only we were talking about this topic with the youngsters and adolescents, as we always lived very close to the social media. So this is a very big advantage. Stories are different and they are not scarce. And for instance, when we go to schools, when we interact with adolescents or even with younger persons, where we had witnessed more openness for the fact that we were talking with someone who is also young. So I particularly was more connected to school interventions. And I think it is very important that we should not only question these problems from the viewpoint of consequences, but rather to consider this as a continued violence perpetrated against women and young girls. And that we should understand that there is an effect on the perception in our minds as youngsters and future women, because sometimes this can only touch a physical or psychological impact. But on the other hand, this could also represent a challenge to the society, because we should also question on how do we tackle this issue of considering women as pornography, and why is it constantly conveyed to women and to men when it comes to sexual performance of men and women. So this challenge is considered quite interesting. It has also been a challenge for us, as we are women in society, have been able to include in the criminal code a category for this type of crimes. Yes, this is not yet a reality, and we would like to make it, to transform it into a public crime, but it has different forms, the so-called cyber flashing, the receiving images of very personal pictures showing parts of the body without having been consented to. So this would not be a private crime, but rather a public crime, because until this happens, it is up to the victim to submit this suit, the lawsuit. We are very proud of this work, the change of revenge porn to sexual violence based on images. Thank you.
We will speak about the network in a minute. We'll speak about the platform, looking at the platform now. We have Ana Sofia Fernandes with us, who is the chairman of the platform on a second mandate, 22 to 24. She was vice president of the European Lobby of Women between June 2019 and 21, and she's the president of the European Center for the Advocacy of Women. And we have Maria Sepúlveda, who was the voluntary of the platform since 2016. She's the Counselor for Youth for the Council of Women since May 2024. And since 2023, she works within the projects and management of projects within the PPM. And I would like to ask you, these Feminine Tribune and other one, it's got to do with the capacitation participation of the NGOs. You worked really a lot with that experience. And you had something which is very unique from the EU grants, which is, with Norway, what you can say about this capacitation and what results did you add? And thank you so much for the invitation. It's nice to see some of the familiar faces with whom we've worked together. The exit. I'm going to be a little bit daring to say that there is a before and an after in Portugal with the exit. Why do I say that? Because exit, the women's human rights, not to go into prostitution, brought onto a public discussion one of the ways of violence against women, from men against women, which is more hidden really away from the public eye, and which is really mostly discarded by the general population, because the majority of people are not prostitutes and do not buy sexual services, right? So we thought it was important to bring this debate and to change the actual narrative, because this project, it's important to listen to the words we're saying, to rethink of prostitution as a system, bring to the collective reflection that it is a system. The majority of prostitutes we know are women. The majority of people who buy sexual services are men, we know. And it's not only men, the majority is indeed men. So they are accessing women's bodies through money. If there's an exchange of money, there's no wish, there's pressure, there's coercion. If I want to have sex with somebody, I do not get money as an exchange. I don't want that. So this has to do with the structural issues of inequality between women and men in society as a whole, and how this prostitution system is something quite impactful. So how could you debunk all of that? Yes, I'm going to just add that the system has got more stakeholders, or has got some more actors. It's the society as a whole. It's those who are the intermediates who actually get money with it, be it the pimps or the traffickers. And how can we do that? We need to look at the elephant in the room. We need to speak about the elephant in the room, because we never spoke about men. We only spoke about women, right? So no, we approached this whole narrative around the men's behavior. So we spoke about masculinity. This is another show, really, or proof of this masculinity. This project had a number of activities. It involved the younger population, because we noticed that recently there's a more very individualistic tendency of young people acting, and we noticed that young girls were complaining more and more of violence, and we started to put the numbers together. We spoke about the online. Like we know, this is a privileged space where they recruit, where they work on this, trying to attract girls. And this youngest generation is feeling the consequences of this online pressure in their daily lives. And they really are working on this. And we worked with youngsters, with schools, and youngsters with a critical thought, really, to help other children. And we worked with 7 or 8 organizations, one of them of the Feminist Assembly of Lisbon. And we worked a lot with young women in creating or designing awareness instruments or tools that they could themselves use in other spaces. I'll give you an example. There was a school in Vila Franca de Xira where all the classes were trained about this. And it was able to approach, it was possible to speak about this subject with all the classes. So and I think that it speaks about sustainability, obviously, and it creates like a snowball effect, right? So you think that it's important, you know, peer-to-peer education. Yes, definitely. This snowball effect is still noticeable today. But beyond that dimension, we also had a very strong campaign with a media agency, which was a disruptive campaign that made people stop and think about men and men to think about themselves. This was a very disruptive, very bold campaign with pictures, you know, outdoors spread out through various parts of the country, which showed a picture of a vagina, and it said, if you have to buy it, you're not worth a penny. And definitely, it said clearly, consent has no price. So this was part of a disruptive campaign. There was another online campaign to try to debunk several myths related to prostitution. And, you know, this was on Instagram, Facebook, and so on. And there was a debate. I remember a very hot summer. We called it a hot summer in August, where we did night and day. We were on the social networking, answering to all the questions that we were sent. A lot of sex bias, which was obvious. And there was actually another feature of this project, because there is in every country, like in Portugal, there's forums of online sexual buyers, service buyers, and fora, and we managed to get into that forum, and actually we saw like their working methods, their modus operandi, and so on. They're still ongoing. We spoke with another institution, Ninho, which works with the prostitutes in Portugal, and we did beyond this online and offline campaign, which is very, very strong campaign. It led to news in the media. We went to the TV, etc., etc. We also did a study, a very interesting study, which was to do a diagnosis about women working as prostitutes. This study had several points that led to various policy papers or fact sheets, and one of them with women. And there was an interview, and to give you an idea, and those who are not aware, women do like what they call like a market. They can even be from another country and be here. They can be in the north. They can go to the Algarve. They can be sent wherever, because that's how they do it. So that the intermediaries will always have a fresh women, so to speak, to the market. So we have a fact sheet here about this. About women who work in prostitution. This is about the buyers of sex services in Portugal. This is a fact sheet with information. I guarantee this is nothing, positive for them, even though they like to think so. Professionals that work with prostitutes, social workers, etc., what they think it's needed, to intervene in the country. Media outlets, media advertisements, what they say about this. So this led to a recommendation of public policies with several pillars. One of prevention, awareness, support and services, accountability, capacity, empowerment. So what did we want with all of this? Besides to launch the debate and change the way of thinking about this, we wanted to have an in-depth change within the law itself. We think it's important, it's fundamental to change the way that, the sex service is bought. This needs to go down to the root, to the grassroots. we think of have exit, and that's why, ways for women to escape that type of life. That's why the program's called Exit, so that these women can have a life, the life that they want. Because and some people might think, oh, but they want to work in that area. Well, yes, 0.0001. If they want to carry on, they're very well. They're free to do so. But we want a change of law within the penalizing the traffic, the sexual traffic of people. Yes, so we'll open the debate about that. Yes, and the ones who do this type of trade. And we found out in Lisbon that elements from the police recently, this was found out, that they actually were trafficking women for sexual services, so prostitution. Why are we talking about criminalizing the actual purchase of sexual services? And we're talking about trafficking and trafficking for sexual services, and this only works if there's a demand, right? If there's no demand, there's no offer, right? So we do believe the law should be changed about this. Sophia, in order to invite the public, to the audience, to make some comments, I understood that there might be, we hope we're going to have an interesting debate with comments from the room. Perhaps you could add, or Maria could tell us a little bit, or Sophia. No, Maria was actually, she worked within the Exit. So perhaps we could understand from your side, Maria, how did this project come about and what impact it had? I would like to add to what Ana Sofia said, to bring a perspective of what it's like to be a young woman and to debate. Exit started 5 years ago. And, why are we talking in, this debate started with Exit, this public debate, in a country that never speaks about this. I would like to give you my experience as a young person, as part of an evolutionary youth, and to think that with Exit we created an empowerment and learning space, safe learning space, where we could approach prostitution and the system of prostitution. And this was an ongoing learning process and an action also, and where we had the debate and where we felt that we became aware of the differences even more, and to think of the mechanisms that support this kind of system of prostitution, where it explores women, and that it carries on existing because of this demand that still exists. The direct contact for me had to do with the stories and journeys of the surviving women. And we approached in depth the dynamics which sustains the prostitution as a whole. Nobody, but really nobody, who wants to debate this theme can do so without listening to the survivors. There is a generalized idea that, or a dominating idea that about the reality. When we listen to these women's stories about the realities, we understand that it's not like this. And when we see what we look at what's happening in countries like Germany and so on. So when we were talking about debunking this subject, I think that we have to think of the preconceived ideas of what prostitution is and is not. So the involvement, the young girls that I met through this program challenged me to reflect on the social structures that perpetuate this inequality and how the collective action can make a difference. And this brought me really closer to a feminist feminist movement. That's how I started working with PPDM. And today I'm a technician, a project organizer. And yes, this happens with Diana, and she's a member of the network management, you know that. And thank you as well to reach out to those people who are really living, you know, on the fringes of society. I would like you to ask to speak within the feminine. Just to add that we did a comment. We did a comment where if you go to exitprostitution.org, we did a project that got an award. So I welcome you to read there. Oh, on the feminist Tribuna or magazine or project. So this came within the community, and when we realized that the COVID, you know, affected mainly women, we understood that we needed to change the main economic model, and to think that the next economic model should try to reduce the impact that it had on women's health. We had the organized civil society, and there was even more polarity and the you know, of the different actions. So we wanted to reinforce the organized civil society, the structured dialogue with those who are the decision makers, you know, be it parliament, government. So what we did was we did a work project which had to do with the human rights that Portugal is under. So the convention on eliminating or deleting all this kind of discrimination on women is there, but also the convention, the European Convention on fighting against human trafficking. And we wanted to take those, work with organizations and bring recommendations to those who could actually apply them in the law. Once every 4 years, Portugal has to report to the United Nations. We did a report called Shadow, and we went to the United Nations. I think there was in 4 of the NGOs in the same room as the governmental management. I think there were about 22. We did our work. We had a committee that spoke with the NGOs and with the Portuguese, with the representatives from the Portuguese government, and heard and gave some recommendations to the Portuguese state, which should be applied within 2 or 4 years. So this is one of the publications that we published in the Feminist Tribune, which we put in this, wrote in this work. And then we looked at a financial envelope. So look at gender budgeting, which is to look at the mainstreaming. And so we analyzed the RRP, and we thought, how far has the RRP been designed, and the funding within the RRP will contribute to reduce the inequality between men and women. And then we looked at the previous budget, you know, government budget. We did the same exercise. And then we looked at the big organizations of the plan, which lasts for 3 years, and we did the same exercise. We held various meetings with government members, parliament members, and we created a training kit on the Convention of Women's Rights, which is, you know, good, or it helps any person who is involved in decision-making for public policies. And it's got all these subjects about, you know, women's rights and so on. We've got the policy papers here. in financial matters, and we finished the project with an event which was co-organized by us and the Parliament, the first Commission of Fundamental Rights and Guarantees, where we debated how far the Portuguese government is undertaking their efforts in reducing this inequality between genders, how it's implemented or not. We debated the budget, on this gender budgeting and what was being done or not, and we brought to Portugal, because one of the issues within the pandemic was the gender violence. We brought the report from the United Nations about violence against women, which, they held meetings with the meetings from the platform and had other meetings. And I should say that RIMA produced 2 reports for the Commission of Human Rights, one on the programs about the prostitution and another one about the legal models. And thinking that Norway has a legal model that we advocate, but this is now being more fed by other points. And a round of applause to the 4 speakers now.
These were quite self-explanatory on the role that the civil society can play, because here we have them as proposals. They are the proponents of these measures, because sometimes we can be the aid, but on the other hand, we are the watchdogs. We are the one who point our fingers and show how is it that, although the topics may be similar, some topics may be implemented differently. So we still can accommodate 1 or 2 questions, probably 3. Could you please be very, very assertive so that we can also answer? I'm Ana Pinho. I come from the Faculty of Psychology in the University of Porto. A lot have been said about exit programs in general, but we don't know in practical terms how does this go about. Is this indeed a myth? Because we have sexual work and human trafficking, and I wanted to know what are those exit programs you talked about. 1 or 2 questions more, please, before we give the floor to the speakers. No more questions? Okay, very well. Let us then answer this. And I think this is directed to the platform. Well, exit programs have always to be designed by the survivors, because each woman is a woman. It has her own time and her own pace. It's not a top-down approach. No, it's based on women. And Platform was the first organization, I believe, to carry out an international seminar in Portugal with women who have lived prostitution in critical countries. So we brought someone from New Zealand, Germany, and other countries. And this is the first thing that women tell us. We work also with Portuguese women, and there is a woman who could have said what she would have needed throughout her life cycle in order to exit from the prostitution system. And all of these issues are related with poverty issues, a number of children. Sometimes this has involved home violence, addictions, very deep trauma that come to light at a later stage. They also see very severe health issues and sentimental issues. Concerning trauma, this is about, for instance, post-traumatic stress. And so this has to be considered in an integrated manner. And today in Portugal, housing has become more and more important because it has to integrate different organizations of the public service, and there should be a strategy, a follow-up strategy, including several bodies of public services from labor to health areas. And the proposal is here, and I'll be very happy to share it with you. So this, we have reached the end of our time, and let me acknowledge SIG for the invitation, and also to acknowledge the members of the panel as well as the topics you brought to this panel. Thank you very much. Time is now for coffee breaks, 10-minute coffee breaks. For those of you who haven't had the opportunity of visiting the works that are exhibited in this hall, please do so.
E vamos dar início ao último painel deste dia.
We are about to start the last panel of the day. We are going to talk about the white books funded for the program, and it will be moderated by a TV presenter, CEO of AV Entertainment, Ana Viriato. We also call Paulo Corte-Real for the project Multiversidade, and also for Decent Domestic Serve, Liliana Rodrigues for the Homework Project, and Heloísa Prista and Maria do Céu Cunha Reto to talk to us about the study of the unpaid work of men and women.
Não está agora, estava demais. Até para quebrar o gelo.
So as an icebreaker, I had a phone issue. My name is Ana Viriato. I work on TV for quite some time. I am a producer now, one of the few women in Portugal. This is a world of men, and it's very difficult to resist this reality. Let me also thank the CIG invitation to be here. I'm almost a usual face of all these meetings, and I would also be part of this sharing session, because the more we share, the more we heard.
Fui convidada para dirigir
I
este
was invited to moderate this very interesting panel. I was very happy about reading your project. White books are
instrumentos estratégicos
que
reúnem orientações, estudos e recomendações para
guideline studies and recommendations for gender equality. These documents are aimed at providing backgrounds for the definition of public policies by identifying differences and proposing the specific measures to reach a fairer and more inclusive society. It is the result of a cooperation between government and civil society. So the white books are not only about diagnosing issues, but also to provide innovative solutions that promote gender equality in several spheres of public and private lives. So these, I would like to introduce some of these authors. We have Paulo Corte-Real in the project Multidiversity, and in the project Decent Domestic Serve, Paulo Pedroso, and then in Homework, Liliana Rodrigues, and when it comes to the unpaid work for men and women, Luísa Prista and Maria do Céu Cunha Reto. Welcome.
Vamos começar
Welcome
então.
To you.
Eu tenho que coordenar aqui o tempo, não é? Temos pouco tempo.
We
mas
have
como tivemos uma desistência,
to be disciplined in terms of our timing, but since we have time enough
então
to
aqui pelo Paulo
hear
Corte-Real e gostava
about your study. Paulo Corte-Real,
saber então qual é a importância
what is the
do seu estudo
importance of
em
your
combater
study
a
in
discriminação
fighting
e que soluções é
against
que vocês
discrimination,
nos
and what
apresentam?
are the solutions that you bring to us?
E assim podemos conversar, é isso. Bom, boa tarde a todas e a
Good
todos. Eu quero
afternoon.
começar por agradecer o convite
Let me
poder
acknowledge
partilhar
the
um bocadinho o trabalho
invitation for me to be
conjunto,
here and
obviamente, da
sharing
equipa.
this joint work,
Quem
a
coordenou esse
work
trabalho
that is
foi
done in
em
team.
conjunto com a Maria Lima
I
Reto,
have coordinated this
até porque a lógica
job,
deste livro branco é uma
this
lógica
work together with
multidisciplinar,
Maria Lima,
porque
because
pensamos desde o início
this is a
que, para
multidisciplinary
ataques para a discriminação é
study, and in
aliar
order
as
to
ciências
deal
sociais ao
with this
direito.
discrimination
Portanto, o
issue, we
objetivo foi
should
ter
bring
pessoas da
social
equipa,
workers,
social, economia e direito,
also
evidentemente,
persons
para
from the
tentar produzir
economic
recomendações
background, in order to, and social
relacionadas
background,
com
so that
tema
we
que,
can give recommendations with topics that have to do with intersectionality, because very often this is not present in public recommendations, and so we see that on a systematic basis there is a lack
of dealing with these topics. So we conducted a very thorough study on legislation, Portuguese legislation, including international conventions and recommendations, the legislation of other countries, namely Norway, because our partner had a specific, she was an expert in Norwegian policy, and also included field work that allowed us to get data where, because this data do not exist, because many data on discrimination have not yet been collected. Most times we have discrimination data in ourselves, so NGOs play a fundamental role in helping us understand reality a bit better, although a lot is there to be understood. So we have to conduct social analysis and also with public entities dealing with discrimination, and we have quite a few, but also with the trade union representatives, and so this was indeed a quite encompassing work. The purpose is that we should harmonize the right, the social rights in such a way that we could produce a white book, including recommendations for public policies in the future, and even more, we could come up with a law proposal on anti-discrimination, also including an institutional redesigning of this framework. It is ready, but the purpose is that it should be implemented. We have also called several political parties in order for them to share their views on the proposals we have offered them, and with no cost, that they could also bring in change, impactful changes in the lives of persons. So where has this started from? So Margarida and I felt the need to pay attention to the way in which, after the victory of Trump in the UN, how can they choose minorities as being their preference targets in order to attack other minorities, including women, and with very severe consequences in the lives of women in the US. And these consequences also touch everyone who belong to ethnic minorities or other minorities. On the other hand, the pandemic has brought about different effects on several persons, but we know that we had some essential workers at the time who really had to move from one place to the other. But these workers are not only men, as they are also persons of color, so they are the ones who have no space in the definition of policies. And these things together made us think of intersectional discrimination. And what is it that an essential worker who, because this will make her require different laws that are disaggregated and institutions, separate institutions, in order to tackle with them. So we have no doors on which to knock in order for supplying solutions for persons who suffer from discrimination. So we have a lot of discrimination categories. We have a lot of frameworks. We have health care, social protection, and different laws provide for different types of protections according to the causes. For instance, it can be they may be touched with disability, for instance, with discrimination, but we wanted a specific law for multiple discrimination, and we wanted to have a simple sentence or the combination of all of these drivers. And a minor change can be meaningful in order to make sure that people are aware that this possibility exists, although it is absent from the system. And so what we wanted to do is to think what those protected categories were all about, and more, even more, because field work has revealed that some were not included in the law. For instance, we had a multiple discrimination issue, which is quite self-explanatory. For instance, an elderly woman with endometriosis who was denied to be considered as multisexual. And so this is indeed, this is why our being united is very important in order to avoid discrimination, but also to keep in mind that the structure, the social economic structure is that, and that how is it that the different types of discriminalization come from social and economic backgrounds. And also we should pay attention to these structures and notice that we have one single agency for equality. It should have an adequate budget to include all the issues. And being united, this may also bring about more budget. So this is what I was going to ask you. What challenges are there in order to make this law possible? You know, being united is also a challenge because it also faces resistance. There are habits, institutions, a lot of skills that are scarce and which make changes all the more difficult. But there are three fundamental principles. First, the principle of being united in union in terms of scale economies, especially if you want to think about training processes to include all types of discrimination. And this can be made based on a single agency for equality and whose voice could be very important. Second, clarity and simplicity for the victims. So, for those who have to execute the law, including enterprises who, according to the law, they should adjust themselves to the law, and also for the courts and the law enforcement agencies, because they should benefit from clarity and simplicity in order to accommodate simpler decisions. And we should also include the media. Yes, of course, but this has to do with another union that we are also proposing. And the third point has to do with the inclusion of a multiple inclusion, because unless we pay attention to the weakest link for those who are the objects of multiple discrimination, we will be solving the basis, the structure. And one of the things we suggest as being one of the powers of this agency, which is about, it has to be with providing substantial equality, which is not about putting the trust on the state in order to make a reality. So this calls the union between the private and public authorities and providing incentive schemes for enterprises and for the social media so they can on a daily basis promote non-discriminatory experiences. So this is one of the measures we expect this agency will be able to propose. On the other hand, we should be able to propose to the government and to the parliament a set of measures that can do with several priorities that were named here today, but also that they could be touched with the tax policies, how to use direct and indirect taxes, and also measures concerning social measures, so that the interrelations between discrimination experience and social economic issues can be felt, because Agency for Equality should not only be limited to tackle those on their discrimination policies. They should rather also include social and economic recommendations. Let me challenge you. Actually, imagine someone would say, Paulo, very well, from tomorrow onwards, you can create this new law of equality and non-discrimination. What do you think will be the resistance to that, apart from the lack of union? Of course, any remodelation or any change of the structure of existing structures calls for a considerable amount of work, and it's not easy. But what we propose is union bottom up, because we also propose a structure on the other hand. So we should have a body connected with the multidisciplinary presidency and all types of discrimination, such in connection with race, religion, nationality, and so on, and others in relation with age and disability. So these topics are now being dealt with by the state, and we do not do away with what we have. Quite on the contrary, we want to have more resources because we still lack a budget for equality. And this is why e-grant programs are so important. On the other hand, this is also important for us to bring equality to the government. It will be important that equality has a name, that equality has a budget associated to the name. So, from the strategic point of view, we should realize that equality is under threat, and that the answers cannot be to decrease the support that is given to an area, and which has never been enough. So if we could get united, then we would certainly be stronger and more meaningful. I hope you are successful and you can make all of these proposals come true.
Let's go to another white paper proposed by Paulo Pedroso, and I say, what is the importance of taking into consideration the household chores, And the word indeed is to value this type of work, because, indeed the household work, domestic work is certainly not appreciated, and it's discriminated. So this white book comes about, and it was built with or drafted with the Norwegian counterpart. So what did we see? We saw, and what we recommend that to change really is this issue of not giving its value to the household chores. So people who work at home they were only acknowledged according to the law in 1992, and from a an employment point of view, they are not fully, equated in the legal framework. There is a general law, and one of the proposals is that this domestic work should have a special, a contract, but should be legal within the legal framework. And this has to do with it involves other issues such as holidays and days off and so on and so forth, which have been improved a little bit, but it has to do with also the termination of work, because there isn't a legal classification on what it is the finishing a household, a domestic service worker. But would a domestic worker be entitled to a holiday? Yes, they would, but it's within another legal framework, and it's got to do with the social protection. And one of the points, which is the compensation for a contract, it could not be paid if the family says that they have economic issues, but there's no proof really for that. So this means is really just mentioned with no proof. The family may say that they have no economic ways of paying, of making the payments, but there's no kind of legal way that they have to prove to do so. So it's an instrument that can be investigated and can then stop any abuse happening within this matter. But we might think, if a family dismisses a house worker and they can't afford to pay them a compensation, fair enough, but should it be the worker to pay that price? Well, when we look at the social security story, we look at trying to address the risks. So there should be a mitigation of this risk, and we've seen this experience in Portugal, where we should see a fund really where people should have payments, and this does not, the worker doesn't have to pay for this, so to speak. And there's several protections, for the workers, we know that. But we've seen, employers, employer families, unions, the workers, but it's rather, we know that there's a serious infringement of the law or non-fulfillment of the law. And between what the law says and what's actually made, in the family, I'm not going to ask any more questions, but think about when you have people working for you at home and you understand the kind of relationship you have with them. But there's a group who are particularly vulnerable, which is the people who work an X number of hours for different families. So if somebody, say, works for one family only, things work slightly better. But nowadays, think about this. One has to have an insurance, a household insurance. But then if I have an accident, I'm going to, and I only do a couple of hours at that particular house, that insurance will not pay for the work I do for other families, So let's imagine somebody who works for 4 different families, and they have an accident, they cannot work anymore. They all have work insurance, but they cannot, the worker cannot access that. And then we think that it's easy to solve because he may claim from one insurance, but not from the other families. So there's another issue. And I say that when we stop and think about the household work, not at your house, but, you know, say other cases that you're aware of, which is the fact that there's a lot of work that's been done, so what they call under the table, so not declared, not officially declared. So this has got, there's, on one hand, there's been a benefit because we now have quite a lot of people coming forward, and we have house workers who are now enrolled, you know, and we have their names and they've joined the union. And we know that nowadays we have a lot of workers coming from abroad. And did you notice a difference between, you know, the hinterland to the big cities? Because it's not, it's a bit more a word of mouth that it happens. Yes, but the point is the same, which is the workers are not protected, you know, as a worker who, for instance, works for one family only would be. So this is one of the issues. And then there's a clear discrimination. We know that this white paper says that to try to integrate these type of household workers to also be able to claim social security and pay their taxes as such. So there's the conventional payments to pay, you know, taxes for the social security is connected to the social benefits, and this is not a good basis for the contribution that a worker must pay for the social security. So this is something that we could improve on an immediate basis now, and that would have a consequence, because today we're now producing the low pensions that these people will get in 20 years. So we know that these people, when they retire, their pensions will be very, very low, because the conventional regime actually fosters this type of behavior where people do not pay for their taxes proportionally to what they really earn. And if you think of the family cases that you know of, you can tell really, and you can think whether that applies. And finally, we have certain recommendations which have to do with the conditions of work. There's an issue that there's no organized employer within this sector to have a collective contract. But in the Portuguese law, this could be replaceable. So we propose that we could have an ordinance that would set out the work conditions for housework workers, and to represent the employers. So this could be solved that way, and it could help really to get a collective contract system. And we've found out as well, and this is interesting from a union point of view, we found out that we didn't have a claim system for the domestic household work. So we find that this should be done. And this, this claim system within our union, I think it's important to say this tale. There is something of like a trauma with an experience from the past, because the union wanted to advocate for the statute of the porters. So, but this had a consequence, which was the porters or the buildings no longer had porters, right? And we have to think, we have to be realistic. If we get one of this claim system, we don't want to really create a type of status, a type of claim service within the union that will lead to this profession of household work disappearing. And then thinking of the future, the OIT convention and the law, advocates for the domestic service which is made or done for the family. But nowadays we have technology and we have the business model. And we think of the work which is like domestic works and which is performed by people and companies that perform industrial cleaning or offices, and that go to people's homes, and they have a platform. There is an insurance platform that launched an insurance company that launched a platform. So we found out a gap to have a collective contract, because these type of workers, which similar like a domestic worker, do not have a clear contract within the law. And there is a company partner, which is the employer of these cleaning services, but we believe that they should have a special branch really for the domestic work, and also to think about this type of domestic work, how it could be connected to a platform. So if we don't protect these platforms, we won't be protecting an emerging factor, which is an emerging number of this type of workers. And we have to reflect this and think about the future work, is that these kind of companies that perform domestic work and cleaning works, they manage to get work. People will end up getting, they end up offering their services for an even lower rate than the market. So what does this mean? Something that happened a little bit in the carer work throughout Europe, which is when we resort to work which from migration which is not protected, will actually bring the salaries down, reduce the quality of life of those people. And we have to, how can we think, how can a platform actually offer more lower prices and even more competitive prices which are below the market? So we have to stop and think how these prices can be made. This is within the caring system, but also within the cleaning system. So we have set out 13 recommendations in 6 chapters, and that these numbers, we feel these numbers are very important. This is a theme that I'm quite curious about, because I have a worker doing cleaning at my house, and everything's cleaning, everything's actually on paper and so on. And many times what happens is we ask, oh, do you know somebody who comes to clean your house? And, people don't actually appreciate, the work that it indeed entails, to clean a house. And when thinking about domestic work, I'm going to go over to Liliana Rodrigues, who did a very interesting work with, she did, a study on remote work, and the women that do remote work and that have to still do the house chores and look after the children, and how they can really conciliate all of this. Okay, you can hear me now. I'm going to try to break the mold a little bit. I like to do so. I would like to congratulate everybody who are interpreters here for sign language. I would like to say good afternoon or good evening. I think it's quite good. And I'm going to do myself a description for people who are impaired, visually impaired. I have green trousers, I have a black top, I have sunglasses here on my top, which I forgot to take. I've got black shoes, my hair is dark brown, and I've got a few grey hairs coming through. So I'd like to just do a description, because I think it's important in public spaces to speak, because when you speak of inclusion, we're speaking of action, and I think it's important to spend about this information, because we have the white paper published on the big website, and I'm going to go on to your question now. Yes, when we think about this project and about its importance, this came about on the post-pandemic context when we thought of the EEA grants program. So it came about in a context of a situation that came about from a need that we understood, and the investigation clearly showed that remote work came to stay. This is what people actually tell us, you know, the people who interviewed within this study. But it's important to speak about the project itself, which started with a systemization of the state of the art in Portugal, and, you know, its statistics and legal framework and the literature available. And then we performed qualitative studies, qualitative and quantitative studies, and a brief thinking about proposals for public policies, and then it was published, this white book. So this white book entails all these dimensions, and it's very important to think how these students, how these studies were done, quantitative and qualitative study. The qualitative study was done onto the company. So, and another one, it's a case study where we've interviewed leaders from the company so that we could try to understand what their perspective would be as regards the idea of remote work. And then we did a qualitative study to map people that actually work on remotely. So we wanted to think about the products and recommendations. I cannot leave out the importance of the partnerships. So our dear partner, Norwegian partner, which is FAFE, which allowed us to think about these recommendations. And they anticipated really what I'm going to say, which is the culture of trust. And this culture of trust, we understand it to be within this institution, which is a foundation, and they approach, you know, the issues of employment and work in Oslo, Norway. And we understood really a lot with this exchange of thoughts. On national partnerships was with Ashent, which is a company that has remote workers. And also we cannot stop thinking about the policies, you know, integrating the unions. So CGTP, the union, was our partner as well, the Confederation of the Portuguese Unions, that allowed us to draft these recommendations, not just from a theory basis, but really looking at who's on the ground, who's living and having those contexts and thinking of the different perspectives. It is important to think about this project, how we could do these recommendations, and I'm not sure if you want me to speak a little bit about the proposal. Well, the proposal was based on the Norwegian model, right? Yes, that's correct. And what does it entail? Well, the idea is that we think first. The investigation showed not just the issue of flexibility, but this developing this culture of trust. And there's also an important issue that we thought about three great intervention levels, and that's where I wanted to talk about. And then also to speak about who needs and who asks for the remote work. And I'm putting this in like brackets. So who really fosters this type of conciliation, you know, between remote work? So the ones who request to be able to do remote work is to try to deal better with their professional and family lives. And women usually try to go for remote work so that they can also be present at home, whereas men, when they ask to do work remotely, they really think about their entertainment. And I'm saying this with a bit of a smirk on my face, but it's interesting to to see this difference, because this implies that so when we are requesting this right to remote work, why are we doing so? And something very important that came about in the project is the project entails a big team, and we thank SIG because SIG was always eager to include more people in the team, and we did start with quite a lot of people, but we saw more and more the need to bring other people, involve other people, not just from various professional areas, but due to the contacts that we had, not just the issues of you know, the work, the intersectional, you know, cross-cutting sectors. So this project was thought about who really is requesting this type of remote work, and to think that we're talking about men and women, and men and women that live together. So there is a quantitative study that we've done, where we've checked that a lot of people that required remote work do live on their own, or have over 3 members within the household. And we think of the shared family life, and we understood that a lot of investigation that can be done is the ones who shares the household, how do they share it, and thinking of the condition of you know, housing in Portugal, and also the conditions that people have for remote work. Thinking of recommendation, we thought about the Norwegian model, and thinking within the employment context, within the employers, the issue of state and the social partners. And we can only think about the intervention from the set of recommendations. One of them I'm going to tell you about, and then you can read about the different recommendations in a comprehensive way. One of the thoughts is within the work context is something that happened in the interviews, where, for instance, people were saying that many times those who are at home are a little bit forgotten. And if women who are working from, you know, remotely, from a social point of work, yes, because if this is not thought of, it's a little bit put behind. So we want to create codes of conduct for remote workers, be it male or female, but also, for instance, to have team building strategies where people can participate and still have a relationship with those you know, who are working remotely, or to have a mixed work, you know, to still hybrid work, to go to the office and work remotely. Yes, one of the recommendations is the ones who are requesting the remote work is to have a hybrid remote work, so where really brings more quality of life and you know, happiness to people. And thinking of the state, so we want them to allow, and thinking the relationship with the union, for instance, allow that the law establishes the conditions of work, and then that the place of work can be an itinerary place of work, and or they could do partnerships with municipalities, you know, with a town hall, to use certain rooms, and so they can have conditions, you know, to set up team meetings, or what we had with our partners, to rent, you know, to use, say, co-working spaces or libraries that are perhaps not so used, or and they might have a spare room to set that out to be used. And thinking of the social partners, one of those, and this was shared, and we did team meetings, not just with our Norwegian partners, using all these exchange of you know, thoughts and ideas, and one of them has got to do with the issues of the law within work and the safety at work, and to allow to think about the occupational health, you know, psychological health, and to involve obviously the remote workers, female workers, and to think on a union level in each sector. For instance, the one that we're mentioning about work is to try to understand that certain workers, be it male or female, should have within each professional sector they should have one to deal with the remote workers, you know, so that they can work within that area. So, and in a summary, it's important to have an integration from these different structures, from a legal point of view, from the state point of view, but those who are on the ground, the worker, remote worker, male or female, the employer, and not forgetting really and summoning really the unions, the universities, the NGOs who are so important to think of these policies. Who, for instance, has not done remote work and then gone quickly to hang some washing? Yes, definitely.
Apart from carrying out remote work, apart from home context, they can also socialize. And if it's around proximity, they can create networks, social networks. They can avoid issues concerning traffic, and they can socialize with other colleagues. And the spaces they use should also be made available, because a lot of spaces are unused and should be channeled toward this purpose. All of these proposals are realistic. So you should rather talk with the municipal authorities, because one of the issues that I bring to you now is that white books have been produced. They are in the website of SIG, but the white book, as you introduced, is a legal tool that allows, by summoning persons in the field who can produce a white paper, they also have, they fall under the realm of a political action. So my provocation is that it is important to look at this white book and put them into practice, implement them, and also to bring in the co-responsibility of all of these teams. It's important for the municipalities to get organized together with the state and to get organized in order to materialize these conditions. Congratulations for your study and for your work.
Passamos então agora ao próximo livro branco, que tem a ver com o valor do trabalho não pago de mulheres e homens,
the white book that has to do with the value of work which is unpaid. Women carry out 70% of unpaid work, and how can this be translated into our economy? Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. Before I go to your question, let me just provide the framework of this study. It has been developed in partnership with the Center of Study for Social Intervention, the CIT, and also the Institute for Social Research of Oslo. Apart from this, we've counted on specialized consultancy, Maria do Céu da Cunha Rego being one of them, and with whom I'll be sharing my presentation. Why is it important? How important it is for the economy of our country. Before that, you know that this study has goals. What is the value of unpaid, the amount of unpaid work? Let me tell you a little bit about the structure of our work. This is a study that, as far as we believe, it is both innovative and transforming, especially about the objectives and the working methodologies it has adopted. We talked about the value of the working of care provision and work and home work. So not about the professionalized home services, but work that is carried out by women at home. And the first challenge for us is that of being able to calculate to ascertain the size of the consumption of unpaid work in Portugal. And we have to test some methodologies in order to ascertain the unpaid work, not only in the present, but also in the short and medium term, based on prospective scenarios concerning the demand for this service in Portugal until the year 2050. And of course, we know that these scenarios are very much touched by aging of population we are experiencing in the Portuguese society. But on the other hand, we believe that we should accept a challenge that Maria Ángeles has launched of a coordinated research activity on the distribution of the burden of care. In other words, the distribution of the effort that is necessary to comply with the work. And based on different focus group sessions, some of persons present here in the room have participated in it, and we have tested some cases of care provision between men and women, and also with the market, social solidarity institutions, and based on this first activity, we can say that we can move now towards a second aspect of ascertaining the monetary amount of unpaid work of men and women. And we have carried out more of a technical work of analyzing methodologies in order to ascertain this amount. So we have set the basis for this measurement. And here is where we can center around the wide importance of home service. Can you quantify this amount? Yes, we can. We would be richer than if we performed a normal type of work. But the proposals are not about remuneration of unpaid work. However, in coming back to this topic, the results we have reached, and based on what we consider to be the most adequate methodology, that of the average average gain per hour, we reached an amount of nearly 78 billion euros, if I well understood. So this is where the work carried out by women represents nearly 70% of this amount. And having done this, we move on to our third goal, which was about estimating the impact of unpaid work by women and men. And we're talking about care provision and home tasks. What's the impact for the Portuguese economy and also in the GDP, Portuguese GDP? And once more, we've carried out the measurement and assessment of this impact, and we reached the conclusion that, and notice that at the time we considered official PIB figures in 2019, although our project has been concluded a while ago. And if we consider official figures of the 2019 PIB, if we were to include the monetized amount of the figure we have reached, this would have represented an increase of 36.2% of national GDP. And on a different perspective, the work load of domestic work would represent 26.6% of the total accumulated GDP amount. And this will be the new amount which accumulates of the national value accrued by the monetization of unpaid work. But why? Why have we done this? What was our interest in estimating this amount or this value? Because our goal, which we managed to achieve, was to discuss the importance of a satellite account of this unpaid work at the institutional sphere. And this is why we have all considered that our study has been an innovative one. And it also had this transformative nature because it also includes the results of the discussion we have with our consultation firms and with Norwegian partnership, but also we have discussed with partners in the field of sociology and law. So once more, we come back to this crossroads that Paulo Cortorial referred to in the beginning. And once more, I was saying that we have several experts participating in this discussion who are present here in the room. But this is why our project has also aimed at offering public policy recommendations which envisage the recognition and the redistribution of home work, domestic work, when it comes to the state task of promoting equality between men and women as enshrined in the Constitution, but also in the field of human rights. And this is how we will move on to the recommendations. And we bring in 3 recommendations that are limited, and this was on purpose, and Maria José will explain this. But a first measure will be that the amount of the unpaid work should be determined in reference with the average national gains, and this is the only way we can consider the objective value of this work, by assigning a monetized value as real as possible and above that of the indifferent nature of minimum salary. On the other hand, we have the creation of this satellite account. This would certainly bring about innovation and the enrichment of our national system of accounts, as well as the limitations that are identified in relation with GDP as an indicator of economic and social development. And now I would like to give the floor to Maria José Cunha Rico.
Thank you so much, Luisa. Good afternoon to everybody and to this panel and to our moderator and our translator, sign language translator. Our third measure reinforces the first one, which is to set up a salary within the national wage as a legal criteria to adopt for the work, non-paid work as a carer and as a domestic worker in cases of work or separation. In cases of divorce or separation. And we would like to explain that this third measure, these public policy recommendations that may be published, and what we saw from the brochure. It is not actually set there. And this does have the following assumptions. First of all, the role of that the state has to promote gender equality in accordance with the applicable law in Portugal, which implies the reinforcement of the Convention of the United Nations on Equality, to foster the change of gender behavioral patterns, to try to eradicate the typical gender-based culture, stereotypes of both women and men, which includes the non-paid work performed within the household. Second, the binding of the state to follow the United Nations recommendation to fight against inequality and discrimination, and within the Portugal 2030 Programme for Equality. Third, which is less known, with the Court of Justice that has set out the law to try to have the same rights for people living together under the same household but not married, and to determine that the children who are looked after by one parent and single parent who does not get help from their other, who is separated and who gets no contributions. And we can ascertain, we can see that those situations lead to an unbalance which does not allow this for a natural binding from the men position, and if it's not within a legitimate cause, there's no reason why this payment should not be forced to pay for the member who they had the separation, and which leads to improve that. Just 1 minute. You have just one more minute.
Well, within the scope of marriage based on equal rights of the spouses, the imbalance is also translated in an enriching without cause by the spouse, which results into a breach of the equal rights by both spouses. And so we believe that this project has legal and technical grounds to draw a proposal to include the 3 measures that have been proposed on an integrated manner and a strategic manner and coherently with the urgent it deserves from the Portuguese state to promote equality on the union of fact of men and women as enshrined in the Portuguese Constitution.
Muito bem. Fica então aqui terminado este painel.
And once more, we have come to the end of this panel, and you should also visit the website of CIG and to have access to the white books. Please do not give up making these public policies reality. As for me, see you soon. Thank you very much.
We are now reaching the end of the first day, and to finish off the session, we are now going to invite the President of the Commission for Citizenship and Gender Equality, Sandra Ribeiro. Okay, this has been a long day and it's been very interesting, all the debates we've had, the speakers we've had to show their work. So I just want to thank Gulbenkian for welcoming us here to organize this event. I would like to thank EEA Grant, the LBO, and to thank the ambassador for Norway to Portugal, who has been supporting this program, and also to thank the whole SIG team, which during these almost 6 years has managed to coordinate this team and to, perform this work, and to thank Maria Mineiro and their team, and also my team, Joana Marteira, Catarina Lopes, Simões, Sara Ribeiro, our trainee, Selena Pereira, who's been helping us a lot, António Fogaça from Communication, Paulo Coelho, and Bruno Fusão, which is the voz off here, who's also part of this. And I'd like to thank, and we're going to listen to Capicua, who are now going to finish off with a lovely performance. Great. So, with large experience and music, she's a militant rapper with very interesting, emotional and political engaged words and lyrics. I invite you to listen to Capicua. I would like to thank the invitation to be here today. I'm going to speak some of my texts, and I'm going to sing something. It's paying homage to the Three Marias, and I think it would be a great starting point to this session today. And because we're actually celebrating the 50 years of independence of the 25th of April, and we need to celebrate these women really, and to speak about these important issues which have a lot to do with our history. So let's go. Thank you.
Liberdade. Uma caneta na mão e os pássaros todos a voar.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure if the interpreter will be able to interpret this because this is a Pullman. So women that dance until dawn. We are exhausted and exhausted. So.
E apesar do tanto que mudou, tanto ter mudado tão pouco. Exaustas de que a igualdade real ainda seja um privilégio. Exaustas da excepcionalidade que contraria o viés porque a norma está inclinada para o outro lado. Exaustas de provar muitas vezes mais para conseguir um pouco menos que. Exaustas de pedir desculpa, de pedir licença, de não incomodar, exaustas de podar a nossa ambição e a sua afirmação, exaustas de sermos decorativas, de sermos acessórias, feias demais, gordas demais, determinadas demais, de duvidarem se foi por cunha, se foi por sorte, se foi por dormir com alguém, exaustas do mérito puro e simples, sem adversativas, estar reservado para os outros, exaustas de conviver com a mediocridade premiada da rapaziada, exaustas de nos explicarem o que sabemos na carne, exaustas de nos explicarem outra vez com condescendência, exaustas da boa moça, da boa samaritana, da boa mãe, da boa zona, exaustas de receber bem menos pelo mesmo trabalho com mais qualificações, exaustas de a nossa pobreza ser sempre maior, exaustas de a nossa pobreza ser a pobreza das crianças, de perder o emprego primeiro, da crise chegar mais cedo, exaustas de ficar na sombra para outros brilharem, de sustentar com trabalho gratuito quem supostamente nos sustenta, exaustas de dizerem que somos más umas para as outras, enquanto nos incitam a disputar ferozmente a vaga unipessoal que sobrou, exaustas de conquistar a pulso, de trabalhar o dobro, da carga mental, dos horários impossíveis, das conciliações acrobáticas, do multitasking e das reuniões que podiam ser um e-mail, marcadas por quem pode não se preocupar com as horas a que chega a casa. Exaustas de ter de parecer como com um filtro, como com base, como com botox, como se fosse fácil, exaustas de não podermos envelhecer, de não podermos pertencer à realidade, exaustas de tentar caber no molde, de cumprir com a expectativa, exaustas de performar, exaustas de temer pelas nossas filhas, de ter filhos e ainda assim continuar a performar como se nada fosse, voltando depressa à produtividade e novamente à reprodutividade, performando sempre. Exaustas de carregar a barriga, de encolher a barriga, de empurrar os sonhos com a barriga, exaustas de fingir naturalidade, de evitar a espontaneidade, de sentar de perna fechada, exaustas de evitar o vernáculo, de andar em círculo, de ecoar no vácuo, exaustas da autocrítica, da hiperexigência, da autossabotagem e da falta de autoestima, exaustas da solidão, do silenciamento e da servidão, de não saber onde acaba o serviço e começa a maternidade, exaustas de maternar sob julgamento, da martirização da mãe guerreira e da romantização da exaustão materna, exaustas de criar filhos sozinhas, exaustas de parir sem liberdade, exaustas da impunidade, exaustas de morrer às mãos do companheiro, exaustas do dedo apontado à vítima, exaustas dos medidores de saias, da justiça injusta e dos desculpabilizadores de marmanjos, exaustas de assédio mascarado de piropo sem importância, da nossa responsabilização pela inimputabilidade da testosterona, exaustas de coação, de desprezo pela nossa vontade ou falta de, exaustas de ainda ter de explicar o que é o feminismo, para que serve o feminismo e porque é que ainda é preciso feminismo, exaustas da descredibilização das nossas lutas, sermos as exageradas, as histéricas, as mal amadas, exaustas de dizer o óbvio e ainda assim ter de repetir, exaustas de que não considerem as que, sendo mulheres, nascem sem vulva, exaustas que desconsiderem as que amam outras mulheres, as que preferem ser homens, ou nenhuma coisa nem outra, ou ambas as coisas, as que são de todas as cores, as que são de outra cor, as que têm um corpo diferente ou com limitações, exaustas de todas essas identidades e condições sejam condicionantes das oportunidades de todas e de cada uma, exaustas de validações externas pelo olhar masculino, pelo estado civil, pelo sucesso reprodutivo, exaustas das questões eternas, do sexo dos anjos, de mau sexo, de sermos tomadas por objeto, exaustas que nos subestimem, que não nos vejam como agentes do nosso próprio desejo, livres de uma conceito servil do prazer sempre alheio, exaustas de ter de dizer que sim quando não apetece, de apetecer, mas não assim, exaustas das pequenas humilhações do dia-a-dia, exaustas de piadas secas e de ouvir que temos pouco sentido de humor, exaustas das armadilhas do amor, de príncipes encantados, salvadores de donzelas desprotegidas e proprietários de cavalos brancos, de broncos, de beatos e de outros moralistas, exaustas de negação, exaustas da exaustão. Assim, pelo nosso cansaço, não esqueçamos nunca que o que conquistamos foi à nossa custa e que não devemos nada a ninguém. Celebremos as mulheres, todas as mulheres, as que nos abriram caminho, pagando caro por isso, as que nos inspiraram, as que nos suavizaram os dias difíceis, as que dedicaram a sua vida à abnegada missão de criar uma família e todas as que dedicaram a sua vida à generosa missão da criação. Se chegamos à ágora, dancemos. Já não seremos mais as figuras desnudas e dóceis que decoram as estátuas alheias. Seremos estátuas próprias, estátuas vivas, e é em nosso redor que tudo gira. Ainda temos muita luta pela frente, mas temos já muito que celebrar. Dancemos, pois, até ao amanhecer e que seja de festa o nosso cansaço. A luta segue amanhã. Obrigada. Muito obrigada. Obrigada. Estou a ver que devia ter guardado este texto para o fim. Agora vou ter que me aguentar. Primavera. A revolução é como a primavera. Regenera. A nossa revolução aconteceu na primavera. Pudera. A nossa revolução tem nome de flor e toda a flor quer ser floresta. Foi uma festa. As ervas daninhas deixaram de ser pisadas, as aves canoras deixaram de ser caladas, As vinhas encheram mais copos para brindar à paz e fazer dançar os corpos. As searas de trigo passaram a dar mais pão, partilhado de mão em mão, porque aquela fome de cão outra vez nem mortos. Mas passada a primavera, chegados à maturidade, cientes do que nos espera perante a calamidade, diante do longo inverno, do calor de 1000 infernos, diante da fúria dos elementos destes tempos incertos, haverá outra causa tão urgente como a sobrevivência? Chegados aqui, conscientes, munidos de toda a ciência, haverá outra coisa mais premente do que salvar toda a gente, do que a nossa mera existência? Curvemo-nos diante das árvores centenárias, ouçamos com humildade as aves e suas áreas, suas sábias lições de botânica e de biologia. Observemos os fungos e a sua tecnologia. Saibamos ser bicho, sem luxo, sem lixo, só ser vivo, só estar vivo, respirando o ar das pedras, sem merdas. Afinal, não somos mais do que matéria orgânica com laivos de divindade. Viver com simplicidade, na terra, como aprendizes, é a matéria-prima para sermos mais felizes. Obrigada. Medusa. Ela é Medusa, a vítima que toda a gente acusa, de quem a vida abusa. Ela é Medusa e recua e recusa e resiste, e ele insiste e arranca-lhe a blusa e usa-a. Escusa ela acua, sozinha na rua, seminua, semissua, semimorta, porque mais ninguém se importa. Ela é Medusa, o corpo para que toda a gente aponta, que posta, não gosta, faz troça, desmonta, comenta ali exposta na montra, de fita métrica pronta, examina-se a carne e critica-se a coisa. O resto não conta, é uma sombra, é uma sombra, é uma sombra. Ela é Medusa, a miúda de que toda a gente fala, na rua, na sala de aula, e à baila vem ela, a cadela, a perdida, a sem trela, vadia, cautela com ela que é livre e vive a vida dela. Como se atreve aquela? Como se atreve aquela? Ela é Medusa, aquela de que mais ninguém tem pena, que apanha sem queixa, que deixa e aguenta, aquela que pensa que amor é para sempre e na crença sofre em silêncio, só, completamente só, esconde a nódoa negra com o pó, só, completamente só, esconde a nódoa negra com o pó. Por cada vítima acusada e transformada em monstro, em cada casa, em cada caso, cada cara e cada corpo, em mais um dedo apontado ao outro, cresce a ira da Medusa que me vês no rosto. É a minha ira, a nossa ira, a minha ira, a nossa ira, a ira. Muito obrigada. A mulher do cacilheiro. Passo a passo pelo torniquete, espera que o portão abra assim que a hora chegue, para que o barco saia, ainda é de madrugada, o ar frio corta-lhe a cara, e no cais os sons metálicos são a banda sonora. Um grito de gaivota, um puto chora com sono, enquanto a mãe tenta calá-lo com um biberon de leite morno, e ela lembra-se dos filhos que ficaram sós em casa, e dos filhos da patroa para cuidar na outra margem. Já se vê Lisboa ao fundo que amanhece sonolenta e o motor do barco reza numa lenga, lenga lenta. Come bolacha Maria ali sentada entre as mulheres e na revista Maria fica a par dos fediveres, mão gretada da lexívia, pele negra, cabelo curto, saudades de Cabo Verde, vontade de um mundo justo, porque é sempre mais difícil para ela que tem um útero escolher a solidão entre um bêbado e um adúltero, e entre o pó e a sanita vai limpar também as lágrimas e vai rezar a Fátima para a filha não estar grávida. Este balanço do barco lembra o mar de Santiago e ao largo do barreiro quase vê Ilha de Maio, quase sente o mesmo cheiro e vai crescendo o seu desejo de seguir no Cacilheiro, a Eito até Pedra Badejo, até que vê a Ponte Salazar ali ao lado esquerdo, ou 25 de Abril, como agora é bom dizer, e percebe que mesmo que façam pontes sobre o rio, ele é demasiado grande para que consigam unir-nos. E ali no meio do Tejo, debaixo do céu azul, deu conta que até Cristo virou as costas ao sul. Ali no meio das mulheres, no barco da madrugada, sente a fadiga da lida, da faxina e da faina pesada. Sofre da dupla jornada para pôr comida na mesa, com força de matriarca que arca com a despesa. E entre toda aquela gente, ela é só mais uma preta, só mais uma imigrante empregada da limpeza, só mais uma que de longe vê a imponência imperial do tal terreiro do Paço, da Lisboa, capital. Mais uma que à chegada vai dispersar da manada, enquanto a cidade acorda, já elas estão na batalha há muito tempo, porque o metro, o comboio e o autocarro podem nos faltar à gente, mas não a gente ao trabalho. São os outros cacilheiros, as outras pontes do povo, porque a grande sobre o rio, mesmo se o Estado é novo, tem nome de um grande herói da história colonial e ele é mais uma heroína que não interessa a Portugal. Em comum, só este barco, o mesmo rio, o mesmo mar e a mesma fé que esta vida foi feita para navegar. Navegar é preciso, viver não é preciso. Obrigada. Parto sem dor. Como a cobra que muda de pele, como a crisálida voa no céu, como a lua que leva a maré, como a menina que acorda mulher, o dente de leite, o cabelo branco, o primeiro filho, o riso e o pranto, prazer e dor, amor maior, estrias e lágrimas, sangue e suor. Como a massa do pão de amanhã, como a candura da luz da manhã, como um ovo que estala por dentro, como a ruga que nasce do tempo. Eu sou a semente, eu tenho a semente, eu passo a semente, eu cresço e rebento. Na criação, da criação, eu crio um poema mais um coração. Como daninha que rasga alcatrão, como a força nos ergue do chão, como a chuva que cai no deserto, como o leite que nasce do peito. Geradas por nossas avós, por nossas mães, por nossa voz, feitas por nós próprias, só para nós, próximas e sós. Criadas por nossas barrigas, pelas entranhas e pelas feridas, cheias, vazias, as crias, a vida, mais que perfeita e mais primitiva. Como a pérola nasce da ostra, de mim nasce outra matriosca. Como a pérola nasce da ostra, de mim nasce outra matriosca. Geradas por nossas avós, por nossas mães, por nossa voz, feitas por nós próprias, só para nós próximas e sós. Muito obrigada. Maria Parda. Maria Parda, escrevo para ti. Tenhas sido tu uma mulher de carne e osso ou má memória de ano de pouca carne, só pele e osso. Maria Parda, a história que ficou de ti é pouca, porque a história é his story. E as mulheres que insistiram eram histéricas e não históricas. E nas estátuas que são poucas estão sem roupa, são pictóricas. Maria Parda, escrevo para dizer que depois de ti todos os anos foram maus. Foram 500 anos maus. Uns piores, outros melhores, mas todos maus. Porque mesmo quando houve carne, não foi para todos. E quando houve vinho, foi porque uns que fizeram a vindima ao sol curvados e descalços, para outros brindarem refastelados em salões alcatifados. E quando houve para os brancos, foi porque os pretos trabalharam. E quando houve para os homens, foi porque as mulheres se sacrificaram. E quando houve no norte, faltou no sul. E quando há muito para poucos, falta tudo para o resto, que são quase todos, e menos ainda para o planeta. São 500 anos de cepa torta, de porta na cara, de carapodrismo e de podridão. São 500 anos de atraso de vida, de dúvidas, dívidas e divisão. São 500 anos de perda, de merda, de treva e de servidão. São 500 anos de vacas magras, palavras amargas e Armagedão. Eles diriam que são 500 anos de Maria Parda. Mas isso é porque quando corre mal é sempre culpa tua. E ambas sabemos que estes anos todos fossem teus. A história seria her story e, nesse caso, haveria farra para todos, fartura para todos, música nas praças até de madrugada. E até as estátuas seminuas soltariam gargalhadas ao ver fugir os cavalos, ao ver despencar os fidalgos por entre pombos assustados. Se todos esses anos fossem teus, teria havido povo na rua e rua para o povo. Teria sido tudo novo. Em vez dos mesmos fatos e gravatas comidos pelas traças e seus restos pelas moscas, essas palavras ocas, durante 500 anos de pouco pão e mau circo. Maria Parda, se a tua herança é pó e a tua estátua não se pode erguer, escrevo para ti na pedra para não esquecer. Muito obrigada. O próximo é a última e chama-se O Quadrado Perfeito. Foi um prazer estar aqui convosco hoje. Espero que tenham gostado. Terra de fragilidade, gaiola, vida pequena. Dentro de ti ao quadrado o posto é quem mais ordena. Em cada laico um amigo, em cada rosto vaidade. Gaiola, vida terrena, guerra de futilidade. Dentro do quadrado a vida é perfeita. O mundo espreita, é tudo quadrado em quadrado certinho direito. O mundo é perfeito, centrado no eu, no ego, no seu umbigo. Cada like um amigo fiel, cada rosto um retoque na pele. Photoshop no pixel, que não se nota carne, osso e o flop da existência. Que não se topa o tic-tac, o truque, o tique da desistência. Dentro do quadrado perfeito o mundo tem jeito e há solução. Dentro do quadrado perfeito temos direito a uma opinião. Dentro do quadrado a vida é mais cosmopolita. Há sushi, panqueca proteica e mais a dieta paleolítica. É tudo empratado, emprestado, enfeitado ou feito em jeito de crítica. É tudo emproado, ensimismado em si, em cima da vítima. Quem é o Cristo da vez? Eu quero saber se será comigo. É que isto de ser português implica merecer um certo castigo. Quem é o Cristo amanhã? Eu quero sentir que sou melhor. É que isto de ser burguês implica culpar o mundo em redor. Dentro do quadrado perfeito não se tolera qualquer deslize. Ai de quem diga, quem faça, quem ouse e quem contradiga. Ai de quem pise o risco do nosso quadrado, porque há um contrato e o trato exige respeito. No meu quadrado, o corpo mostrado é como o quadrado tem de ser perfeito. No meu quadrado só está enquadrado quem eu aceito, quem eu aceito. Do meu quadrado serás rejeitado se ponho defeito, ok? Dentro do quadrado perfeito tudo se conta e contabiliza. Dentro do quadrado perfeito tudo se rende e rentabiliza. A foto, o meme, a moto, o creme e a marca que mercantiliza. O corpo e a cara, o cão e a casa, até o bebê viraliza. Dentro do quadrado perfeito filtramos defeitos, mas ficamos feios. A inveja do outro, o culto do corpo, até sabe a pouco, mas ficamos cheios. Mas como tem que ser, não se esqueçam de fazer like no post, subscrever o canal e ativar as notificações. #Capicua, #o quadrado perfeito. Obrigada, malta, e até à próxima. Muito obrigada.
No dia de hoje e convidamos a juntarem-se a nós amanhã, durante o período da manhã, altura em que vamos conhecer a cooperação bilateral da SIG com entidades dos países doadores.
SIG with the donating countries. Thank you very much.